All right, y'all, let's get into it, man. What's going on? Marcus Bell, Zaman. Got like 11 people in here. Hit that like button. We're gonna get this show on the road. Zaman, yeah, man. Fight card's crazy. I mean, the whole build up to this one was just wild, but the matchups are better. It was for the better, right? Much, much better. I mean, especially for Nate Diaz in this situation, right? Much better. Yeah, yeah, Teron, what's going on? Yeah, I'm liking this one better, man. Nate Diaz and Ferguson. It's a in Holland. Holland and Khamzat's better. Rocking with Holland. Yeah, so many catch weights though, man. It's crazy. So many catch weights for this card. So yeah, man, let's jump into this, man. Let's go ahead and talk about this card coming up. It's crazy though, man. I'm just looking at it here. Your first, let me see. Well, yeah, your first fight's good. The light heavyweight fight, Johnny Walker, he's good. He's on weight, but from there we got three catch weights, and then we got the welterweight fight, Nate Diaz and Tony Ferguson. Let's see here. Yeah, no, Marcus, he's not. Nick ain't fighting Khamzat anymore. Yeah, man, you ain't seen this all over. Yeah, I didn't post the picture up. My bad, I didn't post the picture on my community page, but yeah, Khamzat is fighting Kevin Holland now. Yeah, and I think this was all like part of a plan too, man. Like I think the way Nate Diaz has been talking as far as the interviews and press conference, not training for this fight and being set up. I didn't think he was going to be taking this fight anyways. Something was going to happen where he was going to have to pull out or what. So I was thinking about it and I said, he's going to pull out or they're going to get another replacement. And when it came down to it with Khamzat's weight, I was like, oh, okay. That's what they was rocking. That's what they was trying to do. Right. So yeah. Yeah, Khamzat probably gonna use that size robot chicken. That's probably gonna be the plan, right? But the card's still good. I'm definitely tuned in. I think we're gonna be getting some finishes here. Daniel Rodriguez and Lee Lee Jingling. He's on the card, making his return again. Aldana Macy Chiasson. But yeah, I want to talk about that too, man. Irene Aldana Macy Chiasson. Shout out to Chaz Kim. I saw him in comment section of one of my posts, and he was saying that the reason Irene Aldana didn't commit to 135, like the reason she missed weight, was she was just agreeing to a catch weight fight with Macy Chiasson. Because once again, Chiasson couldn't make the weight, right? Again, Macy Chiasson coming in at 139.5. Irene Aldana agreeing to the weight, 137.5. Okay, so it's a catch weight fight now. And according to Chaz Kim said on Twitter, somebody posted up that Irene Aldana just agreed to Macy Chiasson's need of a catch weight fight. So that's why their fight is going to be at these weights, not because both missed weight, but because Macy missed weight again. And that's what I've been talking about, man. Like the situation with Macy, just you got to be real. Just be real and say you want to be a featherweight. I know they want to squeeze down to 135 because it's the division, but my whole point about this situation is, look, we can't keep saying, oh, it's because there's nobody there. There's nobody there because you're making everybody squeeze down to 135. But the thing is, if everybody gets together and says, I can't make this weight anymore, then they'll probably say, okay, now we have featherweight, right? That's my whole point. It's like you got enough fighters to make a division. You can't keep saying, oh, there ain't nobody there. Okay, you got two fighting on the card right now that are featherweights. Norma Dumont, Danielle Wolf, right? Then you can add Macy to that mix. Irene Aldana, she said she really got no problem fighting that featherweight too in her interview, so maybe she can move there. If she wants to be ones that want to fight in between weights, Chelsea Chandler, Leah Letson. So you got a good number of fighters that can be there, right? Yeah, Robot Chicken. Yeah, missed weight again. And the thing is, like I said, look, I was rocking with her, especially as a featherweight. But every time it comes down to these interviews, she's always saying, "Oh, I can do both. I can rock bantamweight or I can rock featherweight." Let's be real. Macy, she's the same size, just not the same build as a fighter like Danielle Wolf, right? She's in the category with Danielle Wolf and them. Like somebody like Macy Chiasson can fight between 145 and 155. Let's be real. 135 is not where she can say she can keep moving down, fighting in between the bantamweight and featherweight. That's not her. So my thing is, y'all want to hold on to that job that bad, but y'all just want to keep risk cutting this weight, cutting this weight, trying to hurt yourself. No, I don't see that. To me, it just doesn't seem worth it. All right. Got about 16 of y'all in the building. Make sure y'all hit that like button, like always, so you get your notification. Guess some of y'all got the notification today. We got 16 in here, right? So make sure you hit that like. Zama said Wolf has significant size advantage. She does. I was about to post that picture up here, which I think I will. Hang on. I want y'all to see the size difference here while we still talking. Yeah, but Macy going into this fight here with Irene Aldana still had to cut down, still had to kill herself to make this weight. What is it, 130, 139, I said? Still had to cut herself down to this weight, which still might affect her here, right? So going into this fight, if weight is an issue, of draining herself down, she could be vulnerable, vulnerable in that chin. So 137, that's not bad on Irene. She doesn't have to make the full weight cut, so she could have a bit of an advantage with her power here. Irene Aldana is the sharper puncher of the two, right? To me, sharper, quicker, looks better at bantamweight. Always look better at bantamweight. Even when she loses, she still has always looked game. Her mobility's been fine. Just hasn't really had the IQ to beat fighters like Ali Holm or Rocky. But dealing with somebody as big as Macy Chiasson, I think she has the skills to use her boxing and avoid the clinch game. Because in this fight, Macy's gonna use that clinch. She will use that clinch, try to clinch her up, knees to the body, maybe even use her wrestling here. She's been working on that, trying to get it to the ground. Oh, Sleight of Mind, what's going on? He says it's been a while. He said, we in here. He said, just wanted to say what's up. Have to go. Peace out. All right. Good to see Sleight of Mind again. Sound like he's on the road. He been busy. We're glad you could stop through even for 10 seconds. Good to see you in here again. Brian Williams, what's going on? Stamina in the building. Oh, yeah, Jerron said, I'm surprised BJ ain't live right now talking to Card. Yeah, talking to Card Change. Yeah, he did the video on the altercation earlier, I think yesterday. Yeah. The little thing they had going on backstage, so they didn't have the press conference, right? But with this fight at this mid-catch weight, not necessarily pushing 140, but not close enough to 135, I think it kind of favors Irene Aldana here. Irene Aldana still has the speed advantage. Like I said, may have the power advantage because she's more of a accurate puncher. But Macy's got power too. That's if she can touch her. And like I said in the past fights, fighters that do have a bit of a boxing pedigree or IQ, like even Rocky Pennington, they know how to change levels and use their straight shots on a big long fighter that's slower like Macy, right? Robot Chicken said I like Aldana in this fight. Her cardio will be the difference. Yeah, I think Irene's more of a 3-round fighter than Macy. I think Macy, she's a strong fighter in the first, and the second. Sometimes that third round can get to her. Like I'm saying, it's because of the weight cut. That's what I think it is. So I think in this one, I'm gonna lean a little bit more towards Irene. I mean, if Macy wins, like cool. I'm just saying, like if I'm analyzing this one, I got to go with the one more experience. But if Macy can get Irene on her back, it could be a wrap too. Because he's got the size, got the strength. But if the gas tank comes into question, that can save Irene in this fight. Right? Let's see. 5'9" with a 68.5-inch reach for Irene Aldana. What Macy's like, what, 5'11"? Yeah, 5'11" with a 72-inch reach. See, I told you she even got the build and the height for a featherweight. She don't need to be squeezing down to 135, in my opinion, man. They need to just go ahead and make this featherweight division. All right, so 2-inch height advantage, if you want to call it that. Just 2-inch reach difference to me. I'm not really going to call it an advantage because if somebody doesn't know how to use it, it's not really an advantage, right? Longer reach, taller, we'll just put it that way. And as far as her finishing, the finish factor with her that I've seen back, since the Tough House, it hasn't really been there. Hasn't gotten a finish since 3 years ago against Gina Mazzani. Sarah Morris 3 years ago. And yeah, I can see you can see those fighters being finished, but couldn't finish Santa Young, Marion Renault. So with her track record at bantamweight, to me, I don't see her going in there and finishing somebody like Irene. Maybe she could out wrestle her or just use the size, but no, I don't see her. Like knocking Irene Aldana out in this fight. I think Irene's boxing is good enough to fend off the power puncher, the slower puncher in this one. I'm gonna go with Irene by decision, man. Yeah, I think Irene's got this one by decision. Don't be surprised if Macy wins like a decision, though. If it's a fight where she just takes it to the ground and, just keeps Irene on the back, or she takes a page out of Rocky Pennington's book, clinches up Irene, takes away her legs, works on the inside. So really, at this point, you could almost call it 50-50, but definitely not shying away from Irene's experience. But Irene's been out for like 14 months, though. She's been out 14 months, and Macy has been staying more so active. So this could be her chance to go in there and get a W over an experienced fighter. Zama said, I got Aldana about 3rd round TKO. Hey, that left hook, bro. That left hook. Okay, Marcus Bell. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, keep me keep me posted on that. I might hit you up, man. I'm gonna hit you up with. I might hit you up on that one, man. 2BC, I'm staying away from this one. Okay, no pick in this one. All right. Tehran said, I like Holland, but I believe Khamzat is going to do some evil, wicked things to him in the octagon tomorrow. Dang, man. You make it sound like he going to kill him. Striking, if Holland keeps this thing standing, man, and he can measure, take a page out of Gilbert Burns' book and use that timing, I want to see a good mix of leg attack from Holland. I want to see him attack the calf, and I want to see him set up like a head kick, Like, I think Holland could set up like a head kick here, man. Stay away from the clinch, stay away from the inside. Measure range here, man. Holland's gotta stay away from, that inside game, man. Okay, so as far as the picks, okay, for Irene, we got Robot Chicken. He said third round TKO. Ulysses, what's going on, man? He said crazy day. It is, man. And like Irene Aldana said, she wanted to be part of a gangster card, or she's glad to be part of a gangster card. And I'm like, okay, y'all like the gangster card, all right? The gangster card might get y'all fights canceled with all this crazy hassle and ignorance going on. You know what I mean? Got people missing weight on purpose, altercations, causing the press conference not to happen, right? Throwing people off, switching up fights. There's your gangster card. I'm just saying, Sync, what's going on, man? Yes, you part of this gangster card. Hey, like I said, your fighters on this card get too gangster, they're gonna mess it up. Teron said he don't think he's gonna be able to keep it standing. Holland's gonna get him. Holland's gonna get him down. Oh, Khamzat. Yeah, I was gonna say Khamzat is gonna have to get him down. That's what I'm saying, though. For Holland to avoid the takedowns, I want to see him chop that lead leg down, man, and go for head kicks. When you look at what Gilbert Burns was able to do, Gilbert Burns showed us something. He still showed us that even like somebody, Holland's got a good level of I think Holland can move better and he can avoid takedowns. He just can't show any respect to do this, though. And that's what I'm not betting on this one, but that's what I would be betting on if I was in his corner. But as a gambling man, I'm not even gonna go there. Holland's been taken down by 10 means. Yeah, Holland has KO power and crazy reach. Yeah, it's just got to use all of that, man. Yeah, Khamzat striking isn't too bad, but it's more the fact that he's got some power. Right? I think Holland throws and turns better strikes over him. I think his selection is better. I think his variety is much more unpredictable to me. I'm not trying to say it's the greatest striker in the world, but compared to him, I think that's his go-to where he could win the fight. Yeah, yo, James, what's going on? I saw James up here. James Perez, what's going on? He said, Khamzat striking isn't bad, but I still favor Kevin. It's way more competitive on the feet. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's going to be more competitive on the feet. But Teron, you're right. He's probably going to go for a takedown to avoid the competition, right? So you're right on that. He's going to want to try to pick this dude up and muscle him and bully him. But if Holland can buy time, he can steal rounds with this. He can steal rounds. Because let's take a look. Let's go ahead and take a look at the difference in reach and height in this fight. Yeah, Holland was he got a stoppage in his last two fights, right? Man, this was gonna be hard though. This was gonna be hard, like for both of them. Kevin Trailblazer Holland, let's see, 23-7. He stands at 6'3" with an 81-inch reach. Okay, 6'3" with an 81-inch reach. Khamzat, 6'2", 75-inch reach. So if he can use that 6-inch reach, if he can use that to the best of his ability, time some good teep kicks, maybe pump his jab out, keep Khamzat on the end of it, keep him turning. He should be able to bag some rounds. Even if he can't get the stoppage, he should be able to bag some rounds with this long striking. Ravioli, what's up? He said Kevin Holland don't use his range all the time, though. When he and Dokas head clash. He threw himself right at him. Yeah, that's true. That's why I don't call it a advantage anymore. I'm just saying, like, with the difference, he should in this fight. And now that like this was such a quick change, I don't even know if he will. It's such a quick change. I don't know if he will because it might have not been in his game plan to fight, his first opponent that way. Brian said Holland is a talented striker, and his takedown defense and defensive grappling were both improved in his last fight, but he still needs to stay at range and keep the fight standing. Exactly. That's all I'm saying. Keep it standing. They improved, but not on this level, I think, of this type of physical specimen, with Khamzat. You don't really want to test that takedown defense and grappling yet against this size. Tehran said, who can give Holland a fun fight for his money, a run for his money? Who can give Holland a run for his money on the feet at welterweight? At welterweight, let's see. There's a couple guys. I'm gonna throw some names out. I know you might disagree, but because I want to go down the list. At welterweight, I'm gonna go ahead and say, I'm gonna say Kobe Covington. I'm gonna say Kobe Covington is a guy at welterweight. Tehran, okay. I'm gonna say Kobe Covington. Because I'm thinking styles wise too. Former champ Usman. Let me see. Who else did it? Style wise, am I thinking here? That's a good question. I'm trying to think another style. I know off top, Tehran, I'm gonna just say Kobe. I think his work rate could be some problems. Yeah, Gilbert Burns. I think Gilbert Burns would be a good fight too. Yeah. James said he thinks Masvidal would be. I don't know about Masvidal at this point. I think Burns. Yeah, Burns is a good fight. Masvidal, it might be good. Yeah, Leon Edwards. Yeah, the champ. That would be a good. I think that would be a good technical fight. So Sink said he thinks Holland KOs Burns and Jorge. I think he would KO Jorge. Burns, interesting fight. Chin, what's up? Chin said, I think Khamzat's going to wrestle Holland to absolute death. That's the game plan, I think. That's the game plan. Don't be surprised. Toronto said, I think Jeff Neal can give Holland a run for his money on the feet. Yeah. Jeff Neal's a good one. Yeah, I think Jeff Neal's a good one. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, Saint. Yeah, I think he's gotten better since then. Yeah. How long of a win streak is he on right now, Jeff Neal? I think he's definitely gotten better since then. That's a fight I would like to see them run back. He's a sharp guy. Khamzat. Yeah, it looks scary. Yeah, and that's the thing. Yeah, that part of him looks scary, but he's still improving. He's still an improving fighter. Okay, so who else y'all got on this card? Since we talking about these fights, now let me ask y'all this: since we still talking men here, we're gonna jump back to some of the WMMA. Don't worry, y'all. But Tehran, my man Tehran, he likes MMA. He likes just the men. So he kind of sidetracking me a little bit, but it's cool. Who you got, Johnny Walker? Who you got, Johnny Walker versus what's his name? Is it Ian? How you pronounce his last name? Kutalaba. Johnny Walker. Yeah, hold that thought, Two Beats. We're gonna jump back on this women talk, but I want to know, man, what do y'all think gonna happen, Tehran? If Johnny Walker Kutalaba. Okay, I was right. Okay, partially right. Kutalaba. If Kutalaba beats Johnny Walker, does Johnny Walker get his walking papers now? Or is Kutalaba somebody that's style? Uh, do you think his style is made for Walker so he can finally get a win? What's his record right now? I know we talked about this before, but what is his record? No, Teron, you good, man. We just talking we talking about this 279 card as a whole anyway, but we got time. Cause Johnny Walker, last win was 2 years ago. Had some pretty hard losses at this weight. I mean, that Jamal Hill fight, first round knockout. I mean, guy hadn't scored a good, solid win since 2020. I don't know though, man. Like his last 5 fights, he's 1-4. 1-4. Man, 1-4. Do you think the stamina say he's real close to the scissors? What do you think those stamina like? Do you think if he loses this one, they're gonna just let him go, or do you think he has a big enough fan base to stick around? Yeah, he too chinny for me. I don't know, man. He stick his chin out there too much, and I think somebody like Kutalaba, he knows Chin said Walker needs to go to heavyweight. Yeah, that's probably a big part of when that chin ain't working. Thiago Santos, he's at PFL too. Sidebar. Yeah, Thiago Santos just signed the PFL. Ravio said Walker, yeah, he's too chinny. He's probably between weight classes. Yeah, that's kind of like Macy Chiasson, I think. Jen said the Irene Macy fight is catch weight because Macy couldn't make 135. Right. Yeah, right before you came in, I was saying that Irene agreed to it because it was that Chaz Kim in the chat said she agreed to it because Macy couldn't make the weight. But Macy, went on record to say, I like to fight between, both fight. But I can fight between both weights. It's no issue. But here we are. Here we are again. Oh, is PFL on today? PFL's on night. Yeah, Robot Chickens Walker is a killer on the feet. I think that's why his last few fights, they've been making that adjustment to him, knowing how to get on the inside and work him and maul him. Cut him down the sides that way. James said, honestly, most of the fights on the card have potential to be good ones. Yeah, aside from the weight cuts and everything, I think the card's going to be good though. Yeah, Tehran, there's a lot of women on this one. There's 2 fights. 3's the most we've had in a while. So yeah, let's talk about that. Let's look at Elise Reed and Melissa Martinez here real quick. Combo, I see Martinez 7-0. She has a good potential. She's a good fighter. I seen a couple of her fights in Combate. Y'all ever watch Combate Global? It's a good platform. Men and women. They put on all women cards. Good, good shows. Good shows. Good production too, as far as how the cards are put together. I see some potential there, James. I don't know if I see it as far as like Yasmin Harigi coming from there, but she's a tough girl. She's a tough girl. She's got some decent finishes out of Kabate. She took a girl out with some body kicks and some punches. It was like, no, body shot. Then she went in for the first round knockout. So she's kind of a, brawler, tough striker. Melissa Martinez. Elise Reed, you know, her game is mostly stand up. So I think I can expect the stand up fight here, James. You know, this should be a good stand up fight. You know, Elise Reed, that's her thing. Um, needs to work more, you know, fighting off of her back. Her last fight against Sam Hughes didn't go her way, you know, because I knew, you know, even with Sam Hughes, you know, she has, even though she came up short in a few fights, you know, Sam Hughes does have a level of wrestling that she's been working on and much stronger on the ground than Elise Reed. You know, Elise Reed is good at turning angles and picking her shots because I think she's like I want to say black belt in Taekwondo. You know, so she's kind of similar to Rose in that fashion. But, you know, she wants to progress in the UFC. Elise Reed, you know, got to keep working like she's doing, add more to her game and becoming a complete fighter, you know, working on her grappling like Rose, you know. It's gonna be a tough one. Even though Elise Reed has this experience in the UFC, Melissa Martinez, I think both of these fighters, their level of competition that they have beat, we could almost say it's about the same. And I don't even know if I can really pick this. I think it's 50-50 fight. I think I'm gonna just go in and watch this fight. I don't know if I'm gonna pick on this. Who y'all got? Melissa Martinez, Elise Reed. Angles. Elise Reed's got angles though. You know, she can turn. She can use her straight punches. I don't know. This one kind of blanket on a pick on this fight. Some of these fighters you don't know who gonna show up. That's what I'm saying. Like when they just first coming into the UFC or they just unranked, they're questionable sometimes. They can be questionable. You know what I mean? Like, do they want to fight? Or they just showing up. Since you got Martinez, okay, Martinez gonna bring a fight. It's gonna be Elise Reed to have to fight off the back foot here. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, Ravio said it's a pick 'em. It really is, man. Like, it really is. Like, I've seen enough of Martinez to say she's good at what she's doing, but when it comes to the UFC, I don't know. Then Elise Reed is in the UFC, but came up short in the last couple fights. Well, not her last couple, but even the Corey McKenna fight was a tough one, you know. So those levels right there, it's just hard to say. To be said, no idea. I'm just interested in seeing a fight. Pretty much here. Like I'm kind of hyped for this one because I want to see what Melissa Martinez is bringing. Yeah, Ravio says a pick him for him. Ravio said Marshall Shields is postponed because of the Queen's passing. Yeah, man. I thought I was looking at the channel earlier and we were talking about it. I thought it was just going to be like the big events, like well, you know, the worldwide, the big country events like soccer and stuff like that. But they started off saying that the boxing card was going to be untouched, but today they said nope, pushing it back a whole month. So kind of sucks because you know Shields and Marshall they were ready to go. I believe both of these ladies this was like one, you know, they just wanted to let out. You know what I mean? They just wanted to go. I was ready to see the fight too, man. Like at the same time, I'm kind of glad because now I'm not overwhelmed between watching boxing and 279. You know what I mean? Rabbit said British people being dramatic. He crazy. Yeah, you know, it's like you want to respect them, but time goes on. You know what I mean? Like, you know, there's a lot of money invested in this thing, and you know, people are going to be losing money, and you know, people got tickets. Yeah, you know, this this event was close to selling out, right? So it's like, got to keep the ball going here. Fighters, they got to go through a lot of mental torture to get ready for this fight, and to hear it push back, it's like they get drained now. They're gonna come down off this high, and then they got to do it again a month from now. So I wish it could have kept going. I'm just saying, that's just how I feel. Like, we lose people here. Death is a part of life. I want to keep it going. Oh, Running Ring, appreciate that. Got a $5 super sticker there. Appreciate that. Wild Tiger, what's going on? So yeah, Elise Reed, Melissa Martinez, a pick 'em, but it should be good. It should be a good fight. Let's talk about this featherweight fight right here. Look, this is all I'm saying, y'all. This is why I'm gonna keep saying, why is there no featherweight division? I'm gonna keep asking, because over here, you got one girl killing herself to make 135. She's got to continue to fight at 135. Talking about Macy Chiasson. Now, if y'all made a big division with featherweights, she would commit to it. See, right now, it's the fact that there's more of a division and more of a chance to move up at 135. So she's always going to play that card and say, oh, I can do that fight. I can do that fight weight, or I could do this weight, right? But if you made an actual division of featherweight with 16, 17 girls, she'd fall right in line, right? Because look, on this same card, you got Norma Dumont and Danielle Wolf. So let's talk about this. Ernest said Norma barely made weight. Norma knows. And see, Norma, she knows she need to be on weight too, because she ain't no bantamweight. She gonna move up to one. She talked about before herself having rough weight cuts. She need to be coming in on point at 145. Let me pull up. What did she push it to? Did she push it to 146? Yeah, she pushed it all the way to 146 to her and Danielle Wolf. So I don't know, man. Like, all these girls, they coming in barely making weight. Maybe we need to have 155 with some of these women with like big bones and the ones that are this big. Wild Tiger, what's going on? Appreciate it. She said, I'm gonna keep on saying it. Wolf don't deserve to be in the UFC. People can bark at me. I'm gonna keep it a hundo. A lot of people agree here. I think we all agree. We disagree on different things, as a whole, not necessarily me and you, Wild Tiger, but like everybody, I think we all agree on this one. High five, what's going on? He said Irene will win and fight for the title. How you think Irene's going to do it? High five, knockout, decision. How you think she's going to do this? So 2B said, I just want to throw this out here. Dana White, whether we like it or not, is not the most successful MMA promoter in the world. If he really wanted to be, he could start an all women's promotion. He could, but I believe he's kind of on his way out the door too. Word, around, he could be retiring pretty soon, which it might be about time to do, right? He wants to go ahead and get the most out of his time, get the most dollar, get the most bang for his buck while he's still here, and promote, this men you already have and some of the women you already have, and that's about it. I'm trying to find this picture. Hold on. I'm gonna put this picture up here because I want to show you like the size difference here. Like, it's got me thinking now. Like, when I'm looking, do you think? Make sure y'all hit that like. You got like 20 people in here too. Like I said, do it for the notifications. I appreciate that super chat, Wild Tiger. Make sure you subscribe to Wild Tiger. She's a gamer. She does the simulations for them UFC fights. Should be going in. I need a game again, but I just don't have the time. You know, I just don't have the time to do it anymore. Well, I game for like a couple hours. Not the big games, but just old school games. But I can't, just don't have the time to game like that anymore. Yeah. I'm not counting. Yeah, let's talk about that too, Evan. I am not counting out Daniel Wolf like I was when I first heard this fight. When I first heard this fight was made. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm just slow here pulling this picture up. Hang on 1 second. Okay, I'm back. All right. So yeah, like Ravioli was saying, I'm not really going to count Daniel Wolf out fully. Like Daniel Wolf does have a good boxing pedigree that could carry her in this fight, and Norma Dumont. Sometimes Norma can fall into that game plan of another fighter, like even with Macy Chiasson. That's why a lot of people were picking Norma in that fight, but I had to pick Daniel Wolf. No, excuse me, I had to pick Macy Chiasson in that fight because I said, you know what, Macy still has enough of an IQ to make certain adjustments when she's in a fight. Norma, sometimes she's here, sometimes she's there. She can throw some good combinations, use a good clinch game every now and then. But if Danielle Wolf's game is to box in this fight and commit strictly on her feet, she might be able to control it. But the thing is, Ravioli, I don't know if she could flatline Norma Dumont like Megan, because she really don't have the power like that. Like, if you look at her boxing record, she hasn't scored any knockouts. Like, yeah, Danielle Wolf doesn't have any knockouts on her resume. So I don't think the power factor is going to be there like that. But then again, you never know because the type of gloves they use, and factoring in if Norma Dumont had a rough weight cut, right? So anybody can get stopped in a fight, but I don't know if the power is going to be as scary as like when she fought Megan Anderson, or if Norma would get like flashbacks because look, she's facing somebody towering over again. Do you think she's gonna get flashbacks like that from Megan Anderson? Because look at this. Yeah, Danielle Wolf is definitely, but that's the thing. I was gonna say she's definitely a featherweight. But then, why are you making this fighter here, Macy, move down? Like Macy Chiasson may not be as built, like muscular wise, like Danielle Wolf, but she's still, to me, a featherweight. Okay. See, Danielle Wolf, if she can use her reach and her striking ability, her boxing ability, she could win this fight. But I don't think she has the experience to handle Norma though. Right. I still think Norma's got a better level. She's dealt with bigger fighters. She's seen different looks. She can take this fight to the ground. in this type of fight. Even if she had like average grappling, she could take this thing down and win this fight. You know, because I know Danielle Wolf has been working on her game, but still, you know, she hasn't really tested it in a fight yet. You know, no amateur fights, no LFA fights, you know, no lower organization fights, no regional fights, nothing like that. Just the contender fight, which people feel Tanisha Tennant won that fight. Daniel Wolf, Dana White, he felt she lost that fight, but he for some reason he's gonna still sign her though. Still wants to sign her though. So at 5'11", the 70-inch reach, with no MMA fights on her, with no MMA fights on her resume, she's got to be. I'll pull this up. Yeah, with somebody with just boxing pedigree on her resume and no MMA fights, she's got to keep this thing strictly standing, right? I mean, even with her size, she used it a little bit against Tanisha Tennant because, Tanisha's much smaller. She was a bantamweight anyways, naturally bantamweight, but she's not going to go in here and try to clinch up too much with a fighter like Norma Dumont, who does have size, who is a featherweight. So her main game plan is just going to be having to stay back, use her striking. Norma Dumont, she's going to have to stay in close, take away this reach, fight an inside game, use her timing. You still can strike from a distance somewhat at a mid-range with Danielle Wolf because she still is an all-around striker, an MMA striker. So she should be able to use her leg kicks if Danielle Wolf takes a boxer's approach. That's the dangerous thing about some boxers that transition to MMA. If their stance is still in the fashion of a boxer, they're more prone to takedowns and more prone to these leg kicks. So if she's got that flat-footed stance or more weight on her lead leg, that's open for Danielle Wolf to, chop her down. Start a leg attack. Then whenever Danielle Wolf steps in, use her right hand. Right? So I got to go with the fighter with experience in this one. I'm going to go with Norma Dumont. Danielle Wolf, she could be durable. She could stay in here, land some meaningful shots. But I think Norma Dumont, there's no reason that she shouldn't win this fight. Not just because she has more fights, but it's the fights that she's had and how she's won them. It's the fashion that she won her fights against certain type of fighters. Like she's seen different looks. So I don't think Danielle was going to bring anything different except the size. So Danielle Wolf is going to be. She's going to be in for a fight. A rough fight for a first fight a true first fight in the UFC. Because she had an injury, but she's been out for a while. Like she's been out for a minute. 2 years, man. Oh, Wild Tiger, appreciate that. Oh, Wild Tiger with the 1999, the 20 from the iPhone, right? That's the iPhone's version. They take away a penny. She said, okay, whoever is hyping up Grasso saying she will beat Shevchenko, newsflash, she won't. Grasso will see the Lord if she goes against Shevchenko versus Grasso. I can't see it happening. I'll say this, Wild Tiger. I can see them making the fight. I can see Dana White making this fight. But I agree with everything else you said. I can see them making a fight. I can see them getting in the cage, but you know exactly what's going to happen. But first, got to get past Araujo. And that right there is going to be that fight that I don't know she can even get through. She said, yeah, it won't end pretty. You right? Yeah, it's not a fight. It's not a fight you could just go in there off a couple wins and say you're ready for it, right? Zama said Grasso was school Shevchenko in grappling and clinching. She will show her how outdated she is. Outdated. Those are some big words, Zama. I mean, I know where you go. I know where you're going with this because I know Prezchenko is in the house, but I know where you're going with this. With Prezchenko in the house, I know where you're going with this. I'm not entertaining that. I just wanted to read it. Zama said 5 rounds. Grasso got it. He confident. Are you willing to put money on that? That's all I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna say, if you want to get a true answer, if I want to get a true answer from you, are you willing to put a large amount of money on that? That's all I'm gonna ask and leave it at that. Are you gonna put a large amount of money on that? 2B said, for the record, nobody hyped Grasso. I personally just said I would have loved to see an upset from Grasso based on the fact that I'm a huge fan of her. Oh, yeah, I respect that. Yeah, I definitely respect that. Yeah, if you're a fan of a fighter, you want to see upset. Hey, I'm going for Manon in the fight. I was going for Tyler Santos in the fight. I was going for Tyler Santos, yeah. I didn't think that she was going to get the victory. Like, honestly, at the time, because I was just being honest about my analyst pick. But I'd love for her to win. In the main event, 5 rounds. You think she can win? Okay. Yeah, that's that's the only way I can really get a true answer, man. If you gonna say you bet, if you want to put a large amount of money on it, you really think she would win? Because I mean, it don't even take a hardcore Valentina fan to know that Grasso won't pull off the upset in that type of fashion. Ernest said Martinez and Harigi were supposed to get after it in Combate, but hopefully that fight happens in the UFC. Yeah, man. Like, I wanted that fight too, man. Yeah, hopefully they do it now in the UFC. I think that might be a banger, man. Melissa Martinez, yeah, she can bang, man. You know, she goes after it. I think she's more of a finisher. Where Elise Reed, I think she's more technical on the feet. So I think we're gonna get a good striking fight. We're gonna get a good striking fight between Elise Reed and Melissa Martinez. Yeah, Norma Dumont. Who do y'all got, anyways? Y'all talking about her again, man. Grasso. I'm gonna jump back to Grasso in a minute. Who y'all got, Norma Dumont or Danielle Wolf? I know everybody wants to see this fight. That's why. Okay. I don't think I don't think we will see anything different on this one. Bluebird said he's got Dumont. Wild Tiger says she's got Norma Dumont. Sink said he's got Dumont. Ernest said he's got Dumont by decision. Chen's got Dumont. 2B said, I'll say Wolf by upset KO. Oh, that's left. Okay. He said Daniel Wolf by KO. Just understand, 2Bs now. If it happens, I'll give you props for that pick. But like I said, she ain't got any KOs in boxing now. She don't got no KOs in boxing. I'm just telling you right now. Like, she ain't a power puncher. Yeah, she could land something clean, but she got no KOs in boxing. From my understanding, at a 20, let's see, 27 and 14. I don't see any knockouts. Yeah. So I don't know if I see her knocking out Norma Dumont just like that. All right, Renarini, Norma, Zaman, Norma. Marcus Bell says he's taking Norma. 2B said, too late. Okay, Brian Williams said Norma should win if she fights an MMA fight. If she tries to box, Wolf's going to embarrass her. Yeah. If she takes a MMA striking approach, like even like what Tanisha was doing, she could win this fight. But Norma Dumont, she's a little got more weight on her. She's got a little bit more strength. She's a natural featherweight. So if she can mix it up on the feet and give this girl, some of that work on the inside, close that distance, chop them legs down. Like I said, if Daniel Wolf takes more of a boxer's approach, them leg kicks are wide open. She's open for wide, the leg kicks. Chin said, I'm going to take Norma by rear naked choke. Okay. Okay, Wild Tiger again. Appreciate that. 199. She said, I really can't believe Dana White got behind two granddaddies. Main event tomorrow. I'm afraid for Nate and Tony. It's like, hey, it's like, what was that movie called? I didn't watch it. It was that grudge match movie. Sylvester Stallone and Robert De Niro. Was it grudge match? Two old guys fighting. I ain't never seen it. I just remember the preview for it. Let me see. Yeah, I can't remember that. Yeah, I think that's the movie. But yeah, the two old guys fight. It should be good though. I think they're gonna lay it out. They're gonna lay it all down though. They got some years in the game, but I'm trying to do some research here as I'm talking. But yeah, I don't think Daniel Wolf stopped anybody. I know I said that like 2 years ago. I just want to make sure I was right again. But yeah, Daniel Wolf got no knockouts, even in boxing. So yeah, 2B, you sticking with it, man? I mean, if you pick her by decision, all right. But do you 2B? So you sticking with KO, or do you? At least if you say upset decision, or just leave it at upset. 2B, are you going to really leave it at KO? Do you think she gonna KO? 6 makes 11-6. What's going on? He said, I hope Holland manhandles Khamzat. I don't know if he'll manhandle him 6, but I'm hoping he can land a head kick or two, or I hope he can outstrike him. Chin said George Foreman wanted to fight Steven Seagal. Shoot, George gonna put the real hands on him for sure. Yeah, I don't think Daniel Wolf will get a finish like that. All right, but yeah, Shields Marshall's canceled. We talked about that. Ain't much to say on that. It's done. I don't know what I'm going to talk about because I posted the article up here, but and this ties into everything here, that we've been seeing lately. This kind of ties into both fighters. Like, let's talk about Britain Hart and her comments on Ty Emery and her flash a little bit, and because like I said, it's part of the game. Eileen Perez. Eileen Perez twerking like, and like I said, I'm gonna keep it brief because I was just reading the article and I see some people trying to say, oh, Britain was jealous because of what she says. But I agree with Britain hard on it. You know, I agree with her, you know, because I'm trying to pull it up. It's slowing me down here. Hold on. While I get talking. Can't, dang on, site's taking too long here. There's a comment I wanted to read, but I lost it. Hold on. Which fights on the prelims? Yeah, Daniel Wolf and Norman Dumont. Yeah, is on the prelims. Okay, 2B said, nah, man, didn't know that. I'll go with Dumont by finish. Oh, okay. Oh, you switching up? No, you going by Dumont by finish now. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. Hey, I'm just saying, man. I just want you to know before you, if you think of laying some money down. Okay, so 2B said he posted his feelings on the post. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna pull your point up. And then after that, I'm gonna kind of go from there. Cause that's a thing in the sport. We've been having a lot of I won't say a great deal, but it does kind of overshadow what the hardworking women are doing, and it continues to make men, casual fans, still see the women fighters in a certain light, right? And if you want to take that certain light away, you got to chill on some of this stuff. That's just how I feel. All right, 2B said, I'm gonna read his comment. He said, I can share it with you if you want. Sink said Eileen is the dark horse of 145. Are you joking? 6 said, I'm serious. Are you? Because she need to be down at 135. 6 said Martinez would destroy Reed. That match would be dope. It is. It's gonna be a good fight. It's gonna be a good fight. All right, 2B's got a comment here. I'm gonna pull it up and read it. So, okay. I hate when it does that. Okay, there it is. Okay, so this is what you said, right? 2B, you said my initial thoughts. She should probably be arrested for flashing in public. In all seriousness, I would try to be as neutral as I can, being a heterosexual male. First off, it's her body. So if she wants to do that kind of thing, it's on her as far as the consequences go, whether beneficial to her or bad. Yeah. I agree with that. Yeah. It's on you. That's my whole thing. Like, it's on you, but at the same time, there's like a time and a place for everything, right? Like, fight game, you just want to fight. Of course, yeah, the men out there, they'll get caught up in it and they'll just say, oh yeah, I want to see that at the moment, but they'll still see you in a certain light from there, moving on, right? Let me see. What else did you say? Second, I don't believe she should necessarily be condemned, as I could think of a lot worse ways for a fighter to celebrate a victory. As far as her disrespecting or disgracing the sport, the reality is there are many women that aren't about that life. Manon, Val, Blanchfield, Grasso. As someone who really dislikes that kind of behavior, I would focus my energy on them rather than all riled up about fighters like the one in question. There are time and places, OnlyFans, IG, for the sex appeal to be developed as a fan base. Okay. Was that the best place, best time and place? If you're asking her bank account, her goal of racking up headlines, absolutely. If you're asking the majority of hardworking, hardcore WMMA fans, definitely not. That print is small when I'm on the StreamYard sharing. So Okay, yeah, I didn't read that earlier, man. So yeah, I agree with that. I think that there's a time and place for everything. I think that should just be, like you said, the time to say, I'm just fighting. There's ways you can celebrate. Oh yeah, of course there's worse ways, but this way here is still a way that you really don't want to see somebody go out, like just start flash. I know it's BKFC, BKFC, their level of standard is a little bit different than the UFC, right? Like I don't think you'll see any women in the UFC doing that because they might get fined for it, right? So with bringing that up, yeah, there's levels to this as well. Like the fight game, just like the fight game, there's levels to it. I think there's levels of how people act here, and I think to avoid ever seeing that and having it normalized, though, you don't want to see fighters even continue to do it, even in the BKFC. That's just my standing. You know what I mean? Like, I don't really want to see anybody flashing, even in BKFC, because eventually, we'll get there. We'll get there. The way this world is going, it'll get to that point where if people do it here and they like it, it's going to keep going and keep going, right? So it's not really the fact that there are worse ways, but I mean, just that way is tasteless. Like, it's not even like we don't even want to see it as the worst way, but a tasteless way is, celebrating a victory, right? And if you already have the OnlyFans and the IG, just save it for that. Just save it for that. That's how I see it. And it may just be her, but I'll say this on that part. It may just be her doing that, but eventually it's going to be another and another and another and another, right? So it always starts somewhere. So before it gets worse, you just have to be vocal and just say, yeah, I don't want to see that. And again, yeah, there are fighters, of course. That's what I always cover, like the Manones, the Blanchfields, the Valentinas. There's always going to be those fighters, but I think if you don't, like I said, I think we talked about this before in a situation 2Bs, when you don't say anything, sometimes people think it's okay. So I think you still have to speak up on certain things. Like people that don't like it, they're gonna voice their opinion, say they like it. But if you don't, you gotta say, hey, I don't. Because again, if you don't say anything, people are just gonna keep doing it. Chin said people just need to keep things professional. Why sexualize literally everything? That's what I'm saying. Sexualizing, to me, it don't really have a place in the fight game. It don't have a place in the fight game for me. Of course, there's always going to be an attractive woman, and that can kind of sell themselves on how they stand and how they, how they look, just the type of women they are. They're going to carry something about them. But when you got to keep throwing it in people's faces, you just get tired of that. Like if they want to do the OnlyFans thing, that's fine. But when you start doing that in the cage or in the ring, I don't want to see that. And that's why I was getting on even with Eileen Perez. Like I was getting on her those last few posts I was doing a couple weeks ago because you just got signed and you already showing out, right? So yeah, like showing off, doing all this twerking and everything, yeah, it's got its consequence. So it's like just focus on the task at hand, do your celebration later, Who says something about Ronda Rousey? Sink said Ronda Rousey is a real fighter. Come on. Yeah, she was a real fighter. She was a fighter. James Perez said, so who's a real fighter? Tate and Rousey is real fighters. Yeah. Are you asking? Yeah, they're real fighters. Or who was saying they weren't real fighters? Let me see. Running Rainy said, if you happen to be pretty in a fighter, that's a plus, but don't make it a big thing or the main thing. Yeah, that's basically it. Like, you don't want to make it like a big thing, and you don't want to sell it that way because the demographic of the BKFC is the same as like any other combat sport. It's going to be all men, and if you continue to sell yourself that way, they're going to think of all women that way. They're going to keep women in that type of spectrum. So to me, you have to represent yourself as a fighter. Now, if you, like I said, if you look good or you're attractive, then you can't help that. But when you start flashing and twerking all the time, they're gonna be like, okay, women, y'all are coming over here just same as you do in a club or in a video. Y'all coming over here doing the same thing here. So why should I take you seriously? Like I said, even with not Norma Dumont, but Eileen Perez, doing that same thing again, twerking. I'm like, come on, like, you really don't want to see that. That's getting old now. I mean, the thirsty guys probably want to see it, but to me, it's like it's getting old, especially if you just got here. I wouldn't want to see it even if you won the fight, but if you won the fight, at least okay, you did your celebration after, But you ain't even win the fight. You just got signed, and you're already trying to, do, show out this way. But I'm gonna do episode, I think, this week. I'm gonna be talking about real fighters, though. I'm gonna be talking about, the same people I usually do, but some other fighters I recommend for y'all to watch. Just to give the women props for this 100 episode that's coming up. That's how I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do a real episode, with some of the fighters that be putting the work in, the ones that don't be talking a lot of trash, but the real ones that don't be doing, showing all out, but the ones that I find to be exciting. Tubies, appreciate that, man. At the 5 spot, he said, all those referring to fighters in the top 10 of UFC, you're a can, and you need to find a promotion. You need to find a promotion you think is talented. I'm going to leave that right here. Tubi said, all of those referring to fighters in the top 10 of UFC, you're a can and need to find a promotion you think is talented. There go my man Derek Bailey. What's going on, man? Derek, man, Shields versus Marshall is canceled. I'm mad, man. Get this back on screen. I am, well, not mad. I'm disappointed. Shields Marshall's off. We're gonna have a good card too, man. Six Me Lovin said, I would say Ronda was more of a fighter than Tate. Tate is more of a coach. I can see that. I agree with that. Six, I agree with that because in the Tough House, Miesha Tate was winning fights. Like, her team was winning fights because they were getting good advice from her. Like, Miesha Tate, Juliana Pena, that was a good combination. Having her in her corner, and then just the direction she's been giving some of these fighters in the house. I thought she had a better connection than Ronda did. Kind of like Pena Nunes. Pena was a very good coach. I think same thing with Miesha. Like, Miesha is a good commentator too. Like, Miesha is a very good analysis too. Like, to me, Miesha Tate, she's like Megan Anderson. She really watches the fights and breaks them down, knows that type of stuff. Yeah, Ronda was more of the fighter type. Like, she's for her. Like Nunes, she's for her. Like Nunes came down to her, she win because she's focused on her. You know what I mean? And there's nothing wrong with that. But that's just how it is sometimes. Some are fighters, some are coaches. Yeah, Derek said, I know I'm upset. He said, I'm upset about the Shields fight. I am too. It's going to October 15th, man. So I hope, everybody's not going to overtrain. And, I hope everything is no injuries. Everybody's good. Zama said, why is Shields an underdog? I saw some of Marshall's fights. She slows and throws only hook. Is she? It might be the whatchamacallit, the knockout ratio. Because they're both 12-0, but Savannah has 10 knockouts. Marshall only has 2. Everybody looks at knockouts. Like I think Shields gonna win the fight, but that's probably what they're basing it off of. They're probably basing it off of that, Zaman. Wow, Zama said Ronda Rousey was sub Valentina. I don't know about that. That's a good fight, but I don't know about that. James says, so no one will answer my question. What's your question, James? I'm gonna say this, James. If it involves Valentina, I ain't answering it. If your question involves Valentina, I am not answering it. I'm just playing. And ask your question. James said, I wanted to see that Marshall Shields fight. I know you think Shields wins, but it looked interesting. Yeah, it's gonna be a good fight though. I ain't gonna lie. I'm picking Shields, but I think it'd be a good fight though. It's gonna be a good scrap. As always said, Marshall KO straight up waitresses and soccer moms. Dang. Yeah, the level of opponents he's fighting, it's definitely a key to how good she looks. You got to remember, Clarissa Shields. What is she? When did she win her first world title? Like 2-3 fights in, she was already fighting, some high level fighters at that time. And I know boxing, women boxing, people gonna say, oh, the skill level's not there. But for somebody coming straight in, Clarissa Shields was young and, only like 2-0, I think, 2 or 3-0. And she won her first world title and just kept winning world titles from there and boxing these girls and fought different styles. Hannah Gabriel's was a tough fight for, awkward, knocked Shields down in the first and second round. And from there just dominated. The Christina Hammer fight, everybody thought Christina Hammer was going to beat Clarissa. A lot of the simps did. But, that was another fight she dominated. So, Clarissa's seen quite a few different looks in her 12 fights. And, I mean, undisputed in 2 weight classes, 3 division world champion. That's a lot of accolades right there just 12 fights. 6 said Shields won that fight. The amateur fight, yeah, I thought from everybody saying, even when I was looking at it, I could see her winning that fight. James said, so I'll ask it still to you. Name one fighter in WMMA that took less damage than Valentina in their career. I'm talking about the top girls. It took less damage. Nobody in the UFC. Nobody. Because Holly, you can't say when she was a top girl. She lost all the elite fighters she fought after Ronda. Definitely can't say Miesha Tate. Never taken. Come on. Joanna always looks, she dominated some fights, but she'll always look the part of a fighter when she comes out, right? Nunes, I still consider her. I'm not even going there with you with that, but Nunes has got 2 victories over, but even her style is still very hittable. Valentina's defense is still some of the best defense in WMMA. And it's too early. Yeah, it's too early. You can't say Kayla Harrison yet because look at the level of competition she's fighting. Of course she's not getting hit in there because nobody in there is a good solid grappler that can fight on the ground. Some of them are just strikers that can't get completely off. I would still say Valentina took less damage than Cyborg though. Because I think I'd say Cyborg took more hits from Arlene Blenko in that rematch than I think Valentina has in maybe a couple of her fights. Right? Am I wrong? Yeah, Singh said Nunes there to be hit. Yeah, she's there to be hit. Stamina said Aldana was doing all right for not getting hit quite so much until she fought Home. Yeah, and even then, like Home wasn't really like hitting her a lot, right? She just wrestled it down. So you could argue Irene Aldana is a fighter that doesn't take a lot of punishment, but champion wise, we just say Valentina. Right? Oh yeah. I forgot too. Stamina. Yep, Pudilova fight. I forgot because everybody keep telling me about that fight. I gotta go back and watch it. I forgot about that fight, man. I probably forgot that fight because it was on the same card as Suarez and Esparza and Andrade and Carolina. I remember those 2 fights. Like I should remember this one, but I really remember those that night, man. Andrade and Carolina. So that's why I'm forgetting. Yeah, Cyborg took more damage, I think. Yeah, Cyborg, like I said, she probably got hit more in the Arlene Blenko rematch than Valentina has in her last 3-4 fights. Oh boy, 6 said the Bullet ain't a real champion. Uh-oh. I'm not even gonna go in on that, man. That's I know what that is. You gonna take the bait right there, man. But let's see, man. What else we got? Yeah, but that was one of the things I wanted to discuss. Is like I said, I keep it short. I might just do a video on it, maybe. But I think it's important, for a lot of the women just to keep it, keep it classy when they in there. No flashing, not a lot of twerking. And 6, I don't really know if like a lot of the girls at ONE FC are like twerking. Like a lot of them just be doing their dances before the fight. Stamp. Stamp Fairtex. She puts on a show. She's not really like going out there busting it open and twerking like that. Stamp puts on a show. She's entertaining. That's her thing when she gets to the cage, and it's not like trashy. To me, it's not trashy. Like, she's just doing her, putting on a little show she does, and that's it. Let's see. Waledo, so she said found out Khamzat's weight cut was stopped by a doctor due to his body locking up at 4 a.m. Ooh, wow. Keep that posted. Y'all hear that? Welterweight said Khamzat's weight cut was stopped by a doctor due to his body locking up at 4 a.m. Weight cuts, y'all. These weight cuts is insane for these fighters. Two beasts. What you think of this, man? These weight cuts. Yeah, I think that might have been, probably why, Macy wanted Irene to do the weight cut. I mean, the catch weight. He said, kill the weight cut. To be said, what's your thoughts on the last question? Which question? Which question do you have, two beasts? Rousey and Tate are not great fighters. Okay. Dang, man, his body locked up from that weight cut. Shoot. Yeah, so it was probably it was probably a good thing that they switched this card up. Then they switched it up here and just put him in there against Holland. Hold on, I was just trying to find it. Let me see if I can see some info on it. I don't see anything. Okay, so one more thing I want to discuss here. I am gonna pull this thing up here because this is something I've been pushing, and I am still kind of disappointed this didn't happen. Hang on. Like I said, disappointed, but it was probably a blessing in disguise that it didn't happen right away. But it should have happened. Man. It should have happened. This young fighter should have been signed. Before we wrap this one up, let's talk about this fighter here because y'all know I did a video, so it was coming. All right, so Theresa Bleda. Like I said, man, Theresa Bleda, to me, hands down deserved the contract. Like she did. Going by what's been signed before and by the standards of having a young fighter come into the UFC. Like I know we can all say she needs to do this first. She needs to do that first. She needs this type of competition, right? Well, that's the same thing I said about some of these other fighters before, right? But they got signed. They got prematurely signed. But somebody like Theresa Bleda, to me, I think she has something that some of those other fighters didn't have. That's why she should have been signed on Tuesday night. To me, she is a fighter I think, understands what she needs to do in there. She can go in there and get the work done, and she's dominant. It may not be, I'm not overhyping like, oh, she got to be Valentina right now, but no, her level of dominance was shown in this fight. To me, I thought it would have been 50-50. Like I said before I did my live stream, y'all, I said it was going to be 50-50 on the ground because the black belt and Maya. But Maya was too busy looking for submissions. She was just about her BJJ, whereas Theresa Bleda was constantly moving, grappling, looking for openings to land punches, stay busy in the guard, stay in the half guard, and strike, right? So she took completely over there. And that's where I was like, okay, well, forget stand up here. Like this girl doesn't need to use her reach, her length. She knows how to handle this black belt on the ground and do her and just completely dominate. Yeah, Bleda's good. I thought she was good to go. And everything I saw that night, to me, spelled UFC contract. It spelled UFC contract to me. And again, I'm basing that off of his standards, his own standards. He wants somebody in there winning and dominating. He should have signed her. Dana White should have signed her. Because he wasn't basing it off of knockouts. So he kind of being a hypocrite, right? Because it wasn't based off of knockouts. You can't say she didn't finish because the last 3 women you signed didn't get finishes, right? Haley Cowan, split decision, but she got an it factor, which I'm going to talk about here in a minute. Dudakova. Dudakova, people online, talked to some people online. It was like, I wasn't impressed. I was looking forward to the fight too, but some people told me they weren't impressed. And I was like, okay, she's decent, but she got a contract. Okay, we're going to keep going. Haley Cowan, I was like, okay, she got a contract. We'll keep going. And, bantamweight needs somebody. Denise Gomes. Denise Gomes, to me, probably was the most entertaining. I probably enjoyed her the most because of her style. But even then, she gets hit a little bit. She wasn't necessarily going in there looking dominant and completely like a complete monster against the fighter she fought, right? She got a victory, got a contract. I'm like, okay, cool. We got another one in. So whenever they got theirs, I was like, okay, I know Theresa Bleda is going to get hers. I was like, she going to get hers. Willetta said that Sambo, man, and those heavy hips. Yeah. So when Theresa, she got her fight, I was like, she going to go in there and get it. And she going to dominate on the ground. Now, before, I started my round by round with y'all, I called it. I said, Bleda's going to win a decision. I was like, she's going to win a decision because, that's her style. Like, she's not like a knockout artist. She just goes in there to control. And that you need that. You need that in the game. Like, you don't just need somebody always going to run into punches or look for a knockout to get, when they can get knocked out too, with the possibility of getting knocked out. You got to get somebody that can give you different looks. And she does that. Like, she controls fighters. So I was like, yo, decision, she'll get a contract. And what happens? Everybody got a contract except for that night. I thought that was kind of dirty, man. I thought that was dirty. I don't know about y'all, but I thought that was dirty. Like, she did the most one-sided fight, 30-26. Almost got a stoppage, with a brutal knee to the body. Good ground control. Got out of submission attempts. Always in control. To me, that was worthy of a contract because that's what you need. Because even your fighters that's going to bring excitement, they always had that possibility to get knocked out. And I think that's what Dana's looking for too. That's dirty now. Like, Dana want these fighters that's going to go after it, but he also looking at somebody that can get knocked out as well as give a knockout, which you don't need all of that. You don't need all of that, man. Like, you need a good balance in the UFC. You need fighters like this that can climb the rankings. And if anybody disagree, I'm putting her in the same category that I seen with Manon and Tyler Santos and Aaron Blanchfield. And y'all see them ranked. So y'all know I can pick them because 3 of my triple threats are ranked right now. So it sucks though, the Miranda Aaron fight, because that could have been 4 in there, but since they had to fight, Aaron, I consider her higher, but she won that. So yeah, but 3 of them are in there. So Theresa Bleda fights with that type of urgency, not about going in there and trying to get fight of the night. She wants to go in there and get it, and that's what they need if they want another legit contender. Not the same old BS with just the same action fights where somebody's going to go and get finished. Or if they do get a title shot, Valentina's going to destroy him. Right? To be said, Denise Gomes is a huge draw personally for me. Is it just something about how she fights? Although all women's fights are must see, but Gomes is one I'm especially excited to see. No, I agree. She's got drawing power. Like, I don't think she's as well, I'm gonna say talented. No, I don't think she's talented. She's not carrying the same type of skill that's gonna make her dominant, but she's got a fan base because she can fight. I understand the draw because I'll always watch her fight, believe me. But when it looks like somebody like Theresa Bleda, I can get behind this girl all the way to the top. That's how I believe her style. Same like I said, the Santos, the Manones, the Blanchfields, and so on. Them type of fighters, you will see them in title contention one day. Willetta said looks to sex sales. That's why he chose Danielle Wolf. But ain't that crazy though? Like, add this up for me, Willetta. Like, we're gonna add this up. All right, think about this. Like, I know what you mean now. I'm just saying, like, add this up here. Okay. Danielle Wolf, 39. 0-0. Only a boxing background. No MMA fights. No amateurs. None of that. None of that, right? Only looks. Let's just say that. Like, if he did sign just awful looks. Okay. You got that on one side. Theresa Bleda, 20 years old, undefeated, dominant, puts on good fights. That should add up more to a draw, though, right? Because Danielle Wolf is not going to bring in a draw off her looks after she loses one or two fights because she doesn't have the experience. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm just saying that because I'm thinking of it. Like, I'm just thinking about that. Like, sex sells, but you also need the skills to get to a certain level in there too, right? Like, Danielle Wolf off the jump, you sign her with no fights, 39. I'm like, where's the reasoning? Where's the logic in that? Now, if you want to argue that with Haley Cowan, I can see that. She's 30. She fits the demographic. She's blonde, young, white. That's that look for the UFC demographic, right? That look, the Holly Holm type prototype. That's the type of draw. That's what he says with the it factor, right? That's the it factor he's looking at. But I give her that too. She is physically strong. She can fight, and she can back it up in that manner. But that night she came away with a split decision. Almost lost. So even in that fight, you're going to be investing in somebody that could possibly lose when they get in there with a good submission artist, right? Over here, Bleda, you got somebody that could probably go in there and grapple with the best of them. Yeah, striking needs some work, but she can throw hands. She can make adjustments. Never backs out of a fight. I know the Pudilova fight, that was kind of close, but that's a level of experience. That was an experience for her. Can she do better the next time? Could she stop Pudilova? Yeah. Because she's getting better as a fighter. She was like, what, 19 then when she fought her? Or was she already 20? Hold on. She fought a former UFC fighter. It was an exhibition match, but that was when she was 18. Think about that. She was only 18 years old when she fought UFC veteran. And you got to look at her resume. It's clean. Talk about the level of competition all you want, but this girl was a teenager. This girl was a teenager when she was fighting. She was already at an advanced level. And that's why I can't hold on before I keep going on that. To be said, it's just those dogs and real dogs, those fighters playing the role of athlete. Those women I love watching. Gomez showed hints of that in her fight, the last 2 fights. Yeah, she's a dog, man. There's something you said earlier, Zaman. I'm trying to go back. Yeah, Zaman, you said 6-1. Dana didn't do his homework. Opponent was well equipped against Bleda to not get finished. Right. And that's my thing. Like, why go in there, expect her to finish a black belt with ease? She controlled the black belt on the ground. Dana, come on, man. She controlled the black belt and did it dominant fashion. Give her a contract. You said Pudilova. The Pudilova fight was an exhibition type fight. Every time you get a takedown, they stand it back up, right? So it wasn't like an average MMA fight, but that's how Octagon does on the exhibition fights. But still, it showed a good level in her at only 18 years old. This girl, like I said, been fighting since first fight was 2017. How old was she back then? 15 years old. 15 years old. 3-6-9. 9-0. First fight was at 15. 9-0 by 18 in the amateurs. And now she's 6-0. I'm just saying, man, like, this girl has a level of pedigree at an early age. Back to the age thing. People gonna say, oh, she only 20. That's the whole purpose of being an advanced student. You know what I mean? Like, to not cut corners, but to rise above the rest. When you're doing better and you're putting in the work at an early age, that's the whole point of the hard work. The hard work you put in is so you can advance over everyone else, right? Just like when you get advanced classes, you can't be held back. You can't be held back because of your age. You're 20 years old and you got this level of experience already. Hey, keep doing it. You deserve to be where you at, which is higher than some of the older heads, Willetta said, yeah, Wolf has not been taken down by a real wrestler. I think Bleda started stand up at 14. Yeah, it was like, I want to say, 14 years old. Yeah, I was listening to one of her interviews, and I think it was like 14 years old, where it's a stand up. And from there, she said, they just kept going. They just kept on going. Running Ring said, I agree. Dana let that booty shaker Perez in the UFC. And that's what's crazy, man. Like, she came in shaking it off the top. And I told you that's why they signed her. When I saw that video, first fight I seen with her dancing, and then I heard the contract the next day, I was like, oh, okay, that's why they signed her. That's why they signed her. That's exactly what I said. Yeah, man. Yeah, well, later, she is not even in her prime, man. Like I said, I'm not trying to overhype fighters, but I love this type of work at a young age in this early in their career when they laying it down like this, man. Like, I appreciate this. Like, this is what I appreciate about fight game. Somebody like her that's this advanced. And back to what I was saying, like, being this advanced, it shouldn't be a curse. It shouldn't hold you back. It's just like in school, you have to have that ability. My niece, man, like, she's smart. She's in advanced placement classes, and I wouldn't want to see her held back because of her age or something. No, if she knows how to do it and she can do it better than some of the older kids, shoot, go on. Keep doing it. Keep getting better. That's why I say, like, I can understand it's going to help her out now. It'll make her work harder. But she could have got it that night, to me. Two B's with the 5 spot. He said, there is a formula to get WMMA over in a massive way. It's just that the powers that be are unwilling and or unknowing. I think they're more unwilling. I think they are unwilling because I think the unknowing, all they got to do is their research, but unwilling and just don't want to take the chance. Some things aren't meant to change for, like you said, the powers that be. That's why you won't get things changed sometimes. Zaman said if Bleda signs with Bellator or PFL, he said forget Dana. Man, what if Bleda has to go over to PFL's flyweight? If she does, a fight they're gonna make. And I got Bleda in that fight. I like how you pronounce it. Yeah, Dechiva. I was gonna say Dudakova, but no, it's Dakota Dechiva. You might see that fight pretty soon. You might see Dechiva versus Bleda one day, man. You might see that pretty soon, man. All right, still got 20 y'all. Make sure you hit that like button in here while we talking. I'm about to wrap it up pretty soon because I'm getting hungry. 6 said the only formula for WMA should be knockout, submitting opponents, or you're sexy and knocking out opponents. Right. It should just be, well, I won't just say all knockouts, but it should be dominant, decision or whatever. But if you have the looks too, it's like, okay, that's fine. But you really need fighters that can put a good balance in the game, like this, because you just keep going for the same thing. You won't have anybody advance in the division. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I like Bleda though, man. I will say this: still undefeated, still good. She didn't lose, so it's, even if you didn't get the contract, you might feel bad. This is for Theresa Bleda. You might feel bad if you didn't get the contract, but just understand you got a victory that night. You learned about the ways of the business with Dana White. You learn about how he wants to do things, right? And that's a building block. That's a building block for her. She has plenty of time. Like Willetta, you were saying, she's not even in her prime. She's not even in her prime. So it's just a blessing where you can take the time and get that work and nurture her style, man. Yeah, 6. Yeah, Whaley is she's in my top fighters of excitement. I love the Whaley work ethic too, man. Bleda could go to Bellator's flyweight division to get her name out there. Yeah, I think Bleda could handle. Let me see. If she came straight in, maybe she would go in like the mid rankings. Let's see. Justine Keish, Deanna Bennett would be a test, though. I ain't gonna lie. Deanna Bennett would be a test. If she could get by Deanna Bennett, which I think she could get by Deanna Bennett. I think she has more of a consistent game plan in her fights. She long, she's tall. Yeah, that would be interesting, man. Fighting them type of fighters over there, Lima Lay McFarlane, Bruna Ellen. I think she could get past some of them, and Liz Carmouche, that would be a tough one, but that might be the next building block, though. They might either do that or go to Invicta. Invicta, and then might wind up on the Contender Series again, because that's what I think. I think Dana didn't give her a contract. He gonna make her go right back to he gonna make her go back through the Contender Series again, just like he was doing that one guy like for what 3-4 times. I don't know. We'll let it say DC still talking trash. What was DC saying? You talking about he was talking trash about Bleda, or was he what's he just said? Something recently? Zama said, and I think Bleda is pretty marketable. She has cool haircut and has that samurai like vibe, similar to her countryman, Prochaska. Yeah, I think she's marketable. I don't see the I don't see I don't see it. I just don't see the unmarketability. If you want to call it that. I don't see that. I think she can be marketed because if you build somebody up like her and she's just so straightforward, cut and dry with it, and like what's on the horizon for her, and she's fighting the way she is, that sells itself. Because eventually people are gonna be matching her up with the champion, or they might be talking about Tyler Santos. Oh, how she do against Casey O'Neill? How she do against Manon? How she do against these ladies? You said Bleda beats Liz, just out grapples her, better cardio than Liz. Yeah, her cardio was good that night. Like I thought it might have been some issues, but I said I don't know. I said I'm gonna give her a chance. I think she'll be on point, and it was. Six says Zong is like Tank Davis selling point with 2 losses. Oh, she's like Tank Davis selling point. Oh yeah, that's big, man. Like Tank is probably like the biggest star in boxing right now. At the same time, he doesn't have like the belts that Devin Haney does, or like Errol. He, in that competition level, but he's a seller, man. Like he go down, go to Baltimore, go to Atlanta, he sells out. Yeah, she doing that with 2 losses though. Yeah, because she got a country. I mean, China's bigger than all them places. So yeah, she got a country on her back, man. So she gonna outsell it, man. But I like Whaley's way of representing WMMA. It's the hard work and it's the fights. It ain't no twerking and all of this extra stuff. It's just the fight game. BJ in the building. What's going on, BJ? BJ, I gotta get your thoughts, man. BJ, I gotta get your thoughts on this whole featherweight catchweight deal, man. Yeah, BJ, you late, man. You late. I know he must have been watching some shows or something. Willetta said Khamzat's weight cut. He knows damn well he couldn't make weight at 205 leaning on towels. Nah, man, he know better than that. And I think he was just playing up to it. And I think when it came down to it, he knew the plan that he's going to do something to get out of that fight so they could switch it up. Bleda beats. Yeah, I read that. Is I'm saying she could beat Liz. BJ driving. Okay. Hang on, y'all. I just got to. I'm gonna do a little call in here. It's embarrassing though because on this card you got 2 featherweights already fighting, and then you're gonna force one fighter down to bantamweight constantly, man. Hang on, y'all. End of this show, we gotta get a caller coming in. He said he got something to say about Khamzat too. Okay. Yeah, Tehran was in here earlier, man, and he wanted to know your thoughts. He was like, how come BJ didn't go live after all this debacle going on with this card? I'm going with Holland Robot Chickens. Who you got, man? He said, be careful. Yeah, Ronnie Reedy said, be careful, BJ. Yeah. Yeah, be careful with that talking and driving. I mastered it, but I'm still careful with it. He said, Willetta said Diaz didn't even want to fight at first. He wanted Poirier. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Dana, like he knew not to make this match. He's been saying, like the interview this whole time, he didn't want this fight. He didn't want this fight. I think they were working together just to low key. I think they were working together to get out of it, and they did, man. All right, hang on. There's another one. This is a call in. I'm trying to see. Oh, okay. That's you. Yeah, that's you. I was looking for two beasts, but I think that this is two beasts right here. All right. So I got a call in here. All right, I got a call in here. Who I got here on the line?
What's up, man? Can you hear me? I'm driving, y'all, so you might hear some background noise.
Okay, yeah, I got you, man. It's BJ from No Filter MMA. BJ, what you got, man? What's on your mind?
My God. What's up, man? Listen. Before I get into that bread and butter of that women's featherweight debacle, I want to talk about Khamzat Chimaev. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot to say. I got a lot to say, Combo. I'm glad you sent me a link, bro. You know what I'm saying? But let me tell you a little bit about Khamzat Chimaev. You know what I'm saying? Khamzat Chimaev knew exactly what he was doing. Okay? This guy, when he first came into the UFC, made it clear that he can easily make 170 and 185. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? He made it a point to say that he can rule both divisions. This dude knew that Nate Diaz is the type of fighter, one of the type of fighters that we can put the term unpredictable on. Like, we don't know what because Nate Diaz, he play a lot in the octagon. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like Nate Diaz loses fights by choice. You know what I'm saying? Like, he play around in fights. Like, he played around with Leon Edwards. You know what I'm saying? Then in the 5th round, he landed a bomb on Edwards, and he could have finished him, but he taunted him. You know what I'm saying? Like, Nate Diaz does things like that, you know what I'm saying, to throw fighters off, you know what I'm saying? And listen, I'm controversial, and it's not even by choice, Combo. You know what I'm saying? It's not even by choice, bro. It's just by nature, bro. I feel like Khamzat Chimaev did not. I mean, he wanted to have some sort of advantage in here against Nate Diaz because he knew that, listen, if I get a motivated a Nate Diaz that's playing around, he rallies to come back or he almost finishes fights. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, in the fight with Jorge Masvidal, he was getting his ass whooped. And then right before they stopped the fight, Nate Diaz started whooping Jorge Masvidal's ass. You know what I'm saying? Then in the fight with Leon Edwards, five rounds of him getting his ass whooped. And then, boom, the closest moment to the fight being over was done by Nate Diaz. You know what I'm saying? I just feel like Khamzat Chimaev knew, and he just assumed that Nate would take the fight. But what's fucked up about it, though, you know what I'm saying? What's fucked up about it is now you got a whole different opponent than what you were originally slated to have. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got a whole nother person with a whole nother skill set. Kevin Holland is a dangerous fighter, man. Like, people talk about Kevin Holland. Yeah, he's a dangerous fighter, bro. He does things. You know what I'm saying? He hurts people. He has power. He's fast. Yeah, he talks a lot of shit, but he's still a dangerous fighter, man. And Khamzat Chimaev, and with all this beef that's done went down, dude, like, this is a worse matchup for Khamzat Chimaev to me. You know what I'm saying? Either way it go, I feel like that Khamzat was gonna get beat. I feel like he was gonna get beat by Nate anyways. You know what I'm saying? Because I just because that's just how I feel. Like, I go with my gut. You know what I'm saying? But it's crazy, man. It's crazy how these fighters, you know what I'm saying, do things. Like, I mean, all this talking that Khamzat Chimaev has done, and you telling me that this dude missed weight, bro? Like, that it had to be intentional, man. It just had to be intentional. How you feel about it?
I kind of think it was too, man, because I was looking at what another fighter said, and I was like, man, this girl, she done took the thoughts right out of my brain, man. It's like just the whole plan to it, man. Not even just on his side, but for Nate Diaz's side. Like Nate Diaz was already, sounding like he was going to take a fall here, and I think they just want to do everything in their power to get him a fight where he's going to give the people what they want. So
Right.
out of left field, here comes Tony Ferguson. This fight makes much more sense at this point where they stand in their career. So
this is a fight that should have already happened. This fight should have happened years ago.
Exactly. Yep. And I think it came down to the point where it was like, we worried right now because Diaz might throw this fight. He might BS his way through it and mess up our whole pay-per-view here. So that plus the weight, the best thing was to say, all right, this is what we're going to do. Ferguson makes more sense. Let's get him in here. And like Valletta said here, they both in bad shape. It's going to fit because they're both closer they're closer to the same age, so it works. Khamzat, on the other hand, now, like you said, got his hands full much more here, man.
Yeah.
And this is what he need. I'm glad. Yeah. I'm glad there's. What about you now that it's Holland? What do you think? It's much better, right?
Much better. Yeah, much more appealing matchup, dude. Like, the people who really won in this situation is Tony Ferguson because he moves to headliner. Nate Diaz because he gets to fight a better fight for the fans. You know what I'm saying? And not Li Jingliang, but Kevin Holland wins as well because now he gets the opportunity to skyrocket even more. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? If this guy goes out here and beats Khamzat Chimaev, we have an instant star, bro. We have an instant star, not only because this guy is like a real life Batman, you know what I'm saying, saving people from the brink of death. You know what I'm saying? But he talks, but he's fan friendly. He talks a lot of shit in the octagon, but he actually wins fights. He's on a nice little streak right now, and if he can dethrone Khamzat Chimaev, he becomes literally like the new Nate Diaz. You know what I'm saying? Like Kevin Holland literally becomes the new Nate Diaz if he beats Khamzat Chimaev. You know what I'm saying? So it's a win-win for Tony Ferguson, Nate Diaz, and Kevin Holland. It's a lose for Khamzat Chimaev and Li Jingliang. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a big loss for those two, but you know what I'm saying? It just is what it is at this point. You know what I'm saying? But I'm telling you, man, like the way this has it was for these fights to go down the way they did. You know what I'm saying? And two reasons, and I'm gonna be done with this. Two reasons is because Khamzat Chimaev and Kevin Holland need to fight anyway because of the shenanigans that went down behind the scenes at the press conference. You know what I'm saying? Those two camps were the two camps that were beefing, and then so of course Nate got suckered into it because Nate is just the difference between Nate and the rest of these motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Who think they're about this life is that Nate Diaz is really about this life, though. He really about that life, bro. You know what I'm saying? Nate Diaz is 1,000% about that life. You know what I'm saying? So, Khamzat Chimaev trying to be the tough dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying, man, he better be ready, dude, because Kevin Holland gonna bring it to him, and they already got this beat. They got this newfound beef. Like, it's going down, bro, and this is turned into the fight card that it should have already been. Like, there's no reason why Nate Diaz and Tony Ferguson are on the same card at the same weight and not fighting each other. But go ahead, Combo.
Okay, no, I just wanted to get that in, man, because Teron Brown came in here earlier and he was looking for you, BJ. He said, "Why ain't BJ live?" Because he ain't talking about this card, man.
I had to go to a birthday dinner for one of my friends. So, dude, you don't know how bad I wanted to go live tonight. Trust me, man. When I saw you go live, I was like, I gotta hurry up and get the hell up out of this dinner, man. Like, I'm trying to go listen to Combo and get in on what Combo trying to say. But go ahead, man.
But you over here now. But now that we talking about this, Irene Aldana says she's part of a gangster card, man. But talking about what she bringing to the table, man. What you think about this fight now that it's a catchweight fight? Because word is that Irene Aldana she's agreeing to a catchweight fight because of Macy Chiasson. How you feel about that?
Listen, man, I don't know how much more ammo they're gonna give us to beat this dead horse, bro. You know what I'm saying? They keep giving us ammo to beat these dead horses. We knew that it was only going to be a certain amount of time that Macy Chiasson could keep trying to make 135. It doesn't make sense for Macy Chasson to keep trying to make 135. It's not going to happen forever. Just like Patty Pimblett, Patty the Batty. Patty is not going to be able to do this forever, man. He's not going to be able to blow up the way he's blowing up and weigh what he weighs in the off season. You know what I'm saying? And then cut this weight to make a fight. It's not going to happen for too much longer, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing about it. And Macy Chasson being a female, you know what I'm saying? Like it's not going to go on for so long. Macy Chasson has now missed featherweight and bantamweight combo. We talked about this in text message earlier. You know what I'm saying? Like she's now missed both weights. You know what I'm saying? She's missed both weights. So if she has missed 145. What makes Macy Chasson think that she can still make 135? Especially with the verbiage from Macy Chasson. Every time there's an embedded that she's a part of, or every time, you know, a media day during fight week is released, we hear the same narrative for Macy Chasson that's supposed to be making 135. We hear the same narrative. It's never easy for me to make 135. If you go back and watch, maybe I think it was the third episode of Embedded this week, she goes, you know, the road to 135 is never easy. Why keep trying to do it? Why is the UFC keep trying to make these girls cut down to 135? Look at Norma Dumont and Danielle Wolf. I keep forgetting that fight is going on this week. But Norma Dumont and Danielle Wolf had to use the box to make weight. They both had to strip that. They couldn't even wear they couldn't even wear the bikini that the UFC provides for them to weigh in because they were that close on making weight. You know what I'm saying? And the UFC does dumb foolery shit like ranking Norma Dumont at 135 pounds. Why the fuck are you gonna rate? Why are you gonna rank Norma Dumont at 135 if she's never even made 135?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's just crazy stuff, man. That's just crazy stuff. You know what I'm saying? And they continue to do this, man. And Macy Chasson will probably never make 135 again.
Oh man.
And poor Irene Aldana, you know what I'm saying? Like maybe this is a little bit better for Irene because she don't have to cut those last couple of pounds.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, with the last couple of pounds for Irene, it might come into favor for her more in this fight. Because I know you're driving right now, but if you look at these pictures, I'm going back between. Look at Macy, man. Like this girl, and look at how Danielle Wolf like. These are women that are killing themselves. They need to be. They don't need to be at no 130. Well, Danielle Wolf's at 145, but Macy, this is a girl that don't need to be at 135.
Don't even need to be trying to get to 135. Like fight where your body is at its peak. Like her body. Like, dude, did I think Chasson was gonna beat Norma Dumont at 145? Hell no. Was I surprised? I didn't. Was I surprised when Chasson went in there and outworked Norma Dumont? Yes, I was surprised. You know what I'm saying? Macy Chasson is a different animal at 145 pounds.
Yeah.
Why won't she take full advantage of that and be that animal at 145? You know what I'm saying? I understand there's not a lot of girls there, but Norma Dumont has made it work somehow. Norma Dumont is making it work somehow. Norma Dumont has had a different opponent every time she stepped into the octagon. And how many times has she fought?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. They're gonna find somebody for you to fight. You know what I'm saying? So
let us say here, Macy is a natural featherweight. That's where her whole career has been at.
Yes.
Hey, look, this just then. Look, Willetta said Khamzat kicked Holland in the back, then Diaz and his crew jump in.
I don't know, man. That's not that. I don't think it's like that. I don't think it happened like that because what I'm hearing from my boy, Alex, what I'm hearing is, and I gotta go with my boy Alex Unit, because Alex got the. If y'all don't know who Alex is, he was part of Buddy Canvas. So you know what I'm saying? Like, that's my boy. So what I'm hearing from Alex is that Nate showed up with double the people that he said he was gonna show up with, for one. But I heard that Nate them got put in it. Like, Nate got roped into it somehow. Like, Nate didn't initiate it. Nate got roped into it. And you know Nate ain't gonna turn it down because Nate about that life. So
she said there's a video.
Well, if there's video, I can't argue then. So you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, that's it. I don't know. Yeah, I got to see it now. I got to see it. But let me see.
Yeah, I got to see it.
Real quick for these fights here, who do you got between Macy and Irene now that it's at a catch weight? Does it change your pick in any way?
It does, man. Like, it kind of does. You know what I'm saying? Like, it puts me in a weird place because Macy, you know, I was going for Irina Aldana. You know what I'm saying? But it kind of sways me a little bit because maybe Macy will come in a little heavier. But it doesn't faze me because Macy Chasson struggled to make the weight that she did make.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, the weight that she did make, she struggled to make. So, you know, and Irene Aldana, you know what I'm saying? You know, Macy Chasson, you gotta move like Holly to put a clinic on Irene Aldana. If you ain't moving like Holly, you know what I'm saying, then 9 times out of 10, I'm going to pick Irina Aldana, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, I'm going to have to pick Irina Aldana, you know what I'm saying, because last time we saw Chasson with a bad weight cut, she lost.
Yeah.
You know, when she fought Rocky Pennington at 145, she missed weight. Wasn't that the fight she missed weight?
Yeah. 145.
At 145. Exactly. That's what I thought. Right. Is that Teron?
Yeah, no, that's not Teron. That's 2Beast. What's going on, 2Beast?
2Beast, what's up, man?
He's in the building.
Yeah, man. Like, Macy, when Macy has these big weight misses, bro, like it's different. Like, when Macy has these big weight misses, she don't look her best.
Yeah. Like, I like Macy Chasson as a fighter, but it's a featherweight, man. So, you know, nothing against. I'm thinking Irene might get this victory, man. I think she might get this victory. I mean, if she had to reach out for catch weight to Irene might be like, hey, all the better for me. You know, it might favor her.
Right.
Man. So this fight, I might go with Irene in this one. 2Beast, what you got, man? What's on your mind?
Well, you already know when the discussion of weight cuts come in, it's just like, it's like you literally take a needle and you just scrape it up against my ear or some shit. It's like, there's such a simple formula to put an end to the weight cut nonsense, the shenanigans that is, we're fighting at 135. We're fighting. I mean, just to give y'all a hint, I mean, you look at NCAA, I think it was Chasson. He touched on it. When I first heard about it, I'm like, so wait, like, they really do implement this and it's actually like successful in protecting people from fucking passing out on a scale? Like, they're already successfully doing this in another industry that is NCAA wrestling. I'm like, nah, that can't be true, right? But nah, like, they already implemented it. They just fucking weigh in, like, I think it's 30 minutes to an hour before the fight, before the match.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think all they did was raise up the weight classes about 10 to 15 pounds approximately, and that was literally it. And based on his story, it was done like this. It was done within within 24 hours or so, because someone had was severely injured or died or something like that. And I'm sitting there listening to this. I'm like, yo, if NCAA could do that, why the hell can't the commissions do that? Like, it's funny to me, you know, we're talking about like 135, 145, and, you know, how Macy probably should be at 145 and Dumont should probably be at this weight and da-da-da-da. They probably all should just not be fucking weight cutting in general. I mean, that's my take on it. And the thing is, it's like, what's so funny to me, you know, as a commission, right? Their goal, their whole purpose of existing mainly is for the protection of fighters, correct?
Right.
I can't think of a more, excuse me, I'm about to misspeak. I can't think of a better way to protect someone than to keep them from fucking dehydrating themselves willingly. I mean, shit. Forget a punch, forget an uppercut, a goddamn breaking your arm and a arm bar. Like, protect me from dehydrating. I mean,
Yeah, protect you from kidney failure, right?
That's a silent killer. But it's a silent killer, though. That's a silent killer.
We're literally discussing things like, oh, they're grounded because of this, or they're not grounded, and they want to make knees illegal, and they're talking about your hand positioning as you can't extend with you're worried about eye pokes, but you're not worried about dehydration. No, like that topic has not like, it's so bizarre to me, bro. It's one of the most bizarre things in the world. Every single time I see a weight miss, every single time I see someone pass out on a fucking scale, like I'm like, yo, the commission just idly sits by, like, oh, you know, I just don't get it. When there's another very sophisticated, professional, big organization that is already successfully implementing a solution, it's the most bizarre thing in the world. But that's my whole thoughts on.
And the UFC shouldn't be behind on this when there's other organizations who are quote unquote not as big as the UFC, like ONE FC. You know what I'm saying? Who ONE FC? There's a no weight cutting rule. Everybody fights at their natural weight class. You know what I'm saying? People may have to cut 2 or 3 pounds. You know what I'm saying? These atom weights may have to cut, you know what I'm saying, 3 or 4 pounds to get down to 105. But these are small women. These are not women who are walking around at 130, 135 pounds trying to make 105. These are people fighting at their regular weight class. You know what I'm saying? Why is the UFC behind on things like that? That's what baffles me. Like, you're supposed to be the leader and the top dog.
Because it kind of reminds me of this guy I used to work with who works for Amazon. I don't know if he still works there, but he says something very simple, but it's like, it just hit me like, yeah, this is the reality. He was talking about, I would love if every single delivery I had the opportunity to like, pay attention to that little note on the bottom that says, hey, you know what I mean? When you get to the door, make sure you leave it underneath the, this, that, and the other. And like the specific instructions. But the reality is, because they tell me I got to deliver 220 packages in X amount of time, I have to skip over certain things like this, right? The reality is the workers are put through hell whilst those that be who are in charge are making millions upon millions, pretty much relaxing, because they've gotten so big to the point where the values no longer really matter. Even though they'll preach it, they'll put it in like a nice little slideshow for when the employees come in and, you know what I mean, got their orientation and shit like that. The reality is they don't really give a shit about that. You think like Walmart's kids give a shit about all these, like, dude, their money is not going anywhere. Just like Amazon, just like Google, just like UFC. Even, as long as MMA is still a thing, and as long as they keep investing the millions upon millions in the advertising, this, that, and the other, people like ourselves, people like, the casual fans, they're going to continue to make the UFC money. And because of that, they're not worried, they weight cut, someone passed out again, there it goes again, another one passed out. We're still making millions though. Billions even. You feel what I'm saying? So that's the thing. It's like all these major companies out there, they're going to lose track of what got them to the dance, which, that hardcore grind of, hey, we got to make this company work, but then they get to the top and it's like, weight cuts? No problem. 10-point must system. Yeah, these judges are all over the place, but whatever, we're still making money. The problems in MMA is not going to change because the powers that be have already succeeded in making their asset something that is going to continue to make money until the end of time.
So do you think that's why some of these fighters don't even they'd rather just risk their life and their health instead of saying something about it. Like, do you think that's why Macy will just go on record to say, I can do both, and every woman should do both?
Well, they're in a position where, here's the thing: when as a fighter, and I can only speak in theory, obviously, but as a fighter, a lot of what you tell yourself is extremely important. And when you're in a situation where you don't necessarily know of any organization out there where weight cutting is not a thing, and even if it is out there, I'm already in this contract with UFC. I can't, I got X amount of fights left on my contract, so what it happens is they just accept that it's just a part of the game. And then because they've accepted it as part of the game, now they can't let those thoughts creep into their mind. Man, I need to speak up about this weight cutting thing. We need to do something about this, but my bills are coming up and I need a fight real bad right now. So even though I know I'm probably definitely not going to make 135, I'm going to try my hardest to and hope that the person fighting me still agrees to the fight so I can get something so I can pay my bills and my insurance and all this, that, and other. You feel what I'm saying? So that's the issue, is that they're pushed into a corner to where it's like, I mean, what am I going to do? I have to make this weight. I have to drain myself. I have to do all these crazy things like willingly dehydrate myself. That's just the unfortunate reality.
Yeah, like Willetta was saying, at ONE FC they weigh you and you fight in that weight class. Yeah. She said they don't want to employ other weight class because they don't want more champions, because it'll be a higher pay. Yeah, that might be why he's like trying to avoid even like the featherweight division, I think. So, but I don't know, man. These fighters, to me, they have to kind of stand together on that, because if not, they'll just keep killing themselves until, they just get pushed out, and then he'll just grab the next one, right? Two B's, what do you think about this Norma Dumont fight and Danielle Wolf fight?
I'm gonna watch it because WMMA and the UFC is always must watch at this point. And then a couple others like ONE FC, Bellator, I always try to watch those fights because, got the hookup so I can watch that shit free. So I'm not about to miss that. But yeah, as far as Norma Dumont and Danielle Wolf, I made a prediction earlier because I'm like, yo, you know what I mean? I want another shock value prediction to come true. I'm like, because it's one of those fights where I'm like, everything in the world says, Norma Dumont is gonna just go out and win this fight. I mean, why wouldn't she? This person has one pro fight in MMA, no knockouts, like you said, in boxing. So like, it just makes all the sense in the world that she would win this fight. The last fight that I felt that way about, where it just makes all the sense in the world that she has everything it takes to win this fight.
Yeah.
Fucking Lupi Godinez versus Angela Hill. That's why I'm sitting there like, yo, man, it makes sense that Norma Dumont has no business losing this fight. But it's like, man, look at what happened to Tanisha Tennant.
Oh man, with that one, I think we were all overlooking something about it. I think we were just with Angela Hill. We were just all like, we seen her time and time again. But when you look deep down at what she was going to bring, like Lupi never seen it before. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah, it was one of them fights, man, where it's like Lupi got this, or like BJ doing it, hypnotizing me, talking about Montana going to beat Macy. And
Come on, chill, man. Chill, bro. Chill.
I ain't forget that. Yeah, because look, Willetta said Dumont by submission. But let me say it. Dumont, I'm picking Dumont, but let it be her to do something to give Danielle Wolf a chance. Am I lying? She seemed like she might give Danielle Wolf a chance. Like, she's not that dominant of a fighter. I'm going in, picking Dumont. But
yes, she is. Yes, she is. Yes, Norma Dumont is. Come on, don't diminish Norma Dumont like
dominant?
That.
Is she dominant?
Could Danielle Wolf go in there and do to Felicia Spencer what Dumont did to Felicia Spencer? Hell no. Hell no.
No, but still, like, let it be her. Like, you said she was supposed to beat Macy Chiasson. I picked Macy in that. I said I'm gonna go with Macy in this fight. Something telling me Macy gonna win this fight. She ain't win that
barely
fight.
beat Macy, but she barely lost to Macy. She almost knocked Macy out. Come on now, she almost knocked Macy out a couple times in that fight. You talking about snapping the head back? She snapped Macy's whole body back.
Almost, but she still didn't get a victory. She beat Aspen Ladd. I give Aspen Ladd, but you know, still, like, I'm just saying.
She beat the hell out of Aspen Ladd.
She should win this fight. She should win this fight here. But I'm just saying, if she let her win one round, I'm just saying, like, she shouldn't win any round.
Hey, prop bet. You know what I'm saying? Hey, listen, like, BJ, you would take that bet? Norma doesn't lose a single round.
Nope, she don't lose a single round to Danielle. This is the worst possible matchup for Danielle Wolf. And the reason I say that is because Norma Dumont is a pressure fighter. And when Norma Dumont starts landing, Danielle Wolf ain't never been in no real MMA fight. That fight with Tanisha Tennant, that was a point fight. That was a point fight. Norma Dumont don't point fight, guys. We know this. Okay? We know this. Norma Dumont knock people to the side, knock people's heads back. Norma bring a different type of heat than anything Danielle Wolf has ever seen before, ever. And throughout her boxing career, throughout her one MMA fight, all of it. Tanisha Tennant is not Norma Dumont. Norma Dumont gonna go ahead and put some heat on Danielle Wolf, it's a different type of pressure that Norma Dumont is dangerous. Let me put it like that. Norma Dumont is dangerous at any time.
Okay, look, I'm just saying, like, she's winning. She's won. Okay, yeah, she beat Felicia Spencer, right? Split decision, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Okay. She beat her, Aspen Ladd. Who else did she beat?
Ashley Evans Smith and
Okay.
She ain't had that many fights.
Okay, yeah. In any of them fights, did she really wow you? I mean, be honest, man. Did she really blow you away?
She did. The fight that she blew me away the most in was the Felicia Spencer. The fact that Norma Dumont, listen, because the Norma Dumont in every other fight other than the Megan Anderson fight has been a completely different fighter than what the Megan Anderson fight. I don't know. I guess because she had just got up off the couch or whatever to fight Megan Anderson, but Norma Dumont, in every other fight except that fight, she's been a completely different fighter. You know what I'm saying? And the fact that she was able to keep up with the pace of Felicia Spencer. Felicia Spencer is a high-paced fighter. You know what I'm saying? Good cardio, good striking, good ground game. You know what I'm saying? Felicia Spencer is just a good fighter all around. And the fact that Norma Dumont was able to keep up with Felicia Spencer, yes, she surprised me in that fight.
Okay. Hey, well, let us say Wolf should just have to lean on against the cage and make Wolf. Oh, I guess make Dumont care, or do you mean Dumont should lean on her to make her weight, make her use her arms and
right?
Make her heavy. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that should be the thing. I mean, for Dumont, even her being shorter, that's not really gonna make a difference. She could just lean on her and make her feel some weight she never had. I mean, she's only, like I said, she's 39 years old too, so some of that's gonna come into play. Never having fought it, any level of MMA before. This is her very first fight. Like, what is Dana thinking, man? Come on. Oh man. Norma, like I said, man, look, Norma gonna win this fight, in my opinion. She gonna win this fight, but if she loses around, BJ, I'm calling you out. She better not lose a single round.
That's okay, because I ain't looking at her to lose no rounds against Danielle Wolf.
Okay.
And Danielle Wolf struggled to make weight too? No, bro. No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. What was it? Something else I was gonna ask you about. Oh yeah, Melissa Martinez and Elise Reed, man. What you think, B? You think Elise Reed gonna get this victory, man? You think she'll get it?
I mean, she should. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's all I can really say about this fight. Because, I mean, Elise Reed, I have to say, she surprised me in the Corey McKenna fight. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Corey McKenna was supposed to go out here and beat her, but Corey McKenna, poor thing, got the shortest reach in the UFC. You know what I'm saying? Like, poor thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then she's fighting somebody who's got one of the longest reaches in the strawweight division. You know what I'm saying? But you know, she won that fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't a testament of how close it was. No, she won that fight. You know what I'm saying? But and she should win this fight, because to be honest with you, I don't even know anything about this girl. I've never even heard this girl's name before. So I'm not gonna sit up here and act like I know all this stuff about this girl. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't. Okay. But I really hope Elise Reed should win this fight. And if she doesn't, man, then we gotta talk about getting her up out of here.
Oh man, yeah. The last fight she was in against Sam Hughes, her striking looked good. But this girl here, Melissa Martinez, is kind of a brawler too, man. She'll go in there and bang. I was watching some of her combate fights, and she goes in there and bangs. So I think I'm not really going in with a pick on this one, but I think we should have a banger out of this one, man. These strawweights are going at it here.
It's something about combate, man. Like, every time I catch one of those women's fights on combate, like, it's always entertaining. Like, a majority of them. And they, like, have pretty decent skills for, like, you know, lower level and feel, you know what I mean? So, like, I'm always entertained when I watch a combate fight.
Me too,
and that's
bro.
what I would base it on.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Yeah, just on that level. Hold on. Willetta said Wolf and Dumont will be the first attraction in Dana Circus. Dang. Yeah, that is. What do you think, man? Did you watch Contender Series this past Tuesday, BJ?
No.
Okay. But you saw the fight. You know what I'm going into again, BJ. Not BJ, but 2Bs. What's your thoughts, man, on them not signing Theresa Bleda?
So yeah, like, I kind of touched on it in the comment. Like, I saw that you posted something, because I was tripping when I saw it. I was like, wait, hold on. Because I heard his reasoning. And, like, when I looked into it, I'm like, okay, I saw the promoter side of it. So it's like, because I'm not signing her, now I have to send you off with, like, this, you know, what's that damn word? This, like, kind of like this story of what the issue is, right? Because he doesn't want to promote someone that he's not signing now, ultimately, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, unless he has a grand scheme of, you know, bringing her back or something. But, you know, I don't know about all that. But what I do know is him saying you didn't look like a 6-1 favorite. To touch on that, how many times has Valentina been like...
But give Danielle Wolf a contract off of that fight with Tanisha Tennant, but you're gonna give Danielle Wolf a contract though. Get out of here,
right.
Dana White.
I mean, the 6-1 thing, here's the problem with that. Amanda Nunes was God knows how many to 1 against Juliana Pena, right? And then Valentina's been several to 1 on many opponents that she didn't stop. I mean, she clearly won the fight and didn't even get a, you know, 10-8 out of a majority of those decisions, right? And even in one of the fights against Jennifer Maia, right, lost a round. It's not like betting odds is not designed to be like, oh, this person's definitely going to win. Betting odds is designed for DraftKings and the likes to make money. That's what betting odds is designed for. They're designed based on, look, I think these people will believe this line based on all these different topics, and I believe we can make X amount of profit here. That's what they're based on. So when Dana White says, oh, you're this X-1 favorite, you didn't look like one. I'm terrible. Like, you know,
that's terrible.
The thing is, he's just trying to tear it down just because he didn't sign her, and he has to send you off with a story and a storyline, essentially. you know, every time Dana White speaks, he's thinking about, you know, the psychology of it, what he wants people to be thinking about each individual topic, this, that, and other, because, you know, that's the promoter hat on. So I wouldn't read too much into that. He's just selling, you know, he's just dismissing it because of that. And then also the thing about the, you know, I heard that she had really good hands, did a really good stand-up. I didn't see that tonight. Just to touch on that, that's complete bullshit. He's just, like I said, he's got the promoter hat on. He doesn't want to talk this fighter up that he's not signing, right?
Right.
The reality is that fight took about maybe 2.5 minutes in the stand-up. All the rest of it was on the fucking ground. So of course you didn't see high-level stand-up. Like, and even in the portions that you saw, she was getting the better of the girl. So it's like you could say it's just promoter talk that he was doing, pretty much.
Right. And she was never sold as a stand-up fighter, so I don't know where he got that from.
Right. See, the thing, most people don't know that. The hardcores don't know that. Casuals are here and be like, oh, we should dismiss this girl. That's the thing. He's playing, like, he's always thinking psychology. So in terms of why he didn't sign her, the reasons he gave, nah, that's not the real reason. The reality is he has a strategy in terms of who he thinks is going to make him money. And my guess is the girl being from Russia, you know, they're trying to build up a potential, you know, they have a lot of, you know, like the Dagestanis, like they're taking over practically in the, you know, but I think it's mainly like a market thing. Like there's certain markets that they're looking to get into. He's thinking about stuff like that. I mean, for Dana to say the things that he said in terms of the reasoning why he didn't sign her, that clearly just says to me he's not necessarily signing people based on he's not signing people based on, you know, their performance. Because here's the thing, when you look at Dudakova and her performance, right? I literally watched back the fight because I'm sitting here. I can't be the only one thinking that this performance earned a contract.
Oh, you
so I looked into that. I looked into that fight and I'm like, wait, I forgot she lost a round. She got mounted in the second round.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. So I'm like, yo, she got a contract? And then not to mention, I can't remember her name.
Haley Cohen.
Cohen, yeah. That fight, that got a contract. And I'm like,
that one sticks out to me the most because that night, that girl she was fighting, Leche, was like almost about to submit her a couple times. It had her in trouble. And then when I heard Dana just like, you know, say, give her the contract, I was like, I knew what he was selling there. I knew what he was trying to, I knew what he was buying. You know, that's why I was just kind of like, okay, I see what he's doing. But when I saw Bleda just stomped on off of a 36-26 win, I'm like, what the hell is he doing? You know, like, she was guaranteed a contract to me. Like, she did more than even the men too as well, like some of the men fights that happened.
Yeah, my whole thing was when I watched back that fight with, the reason I bring up the Dudakova one, because they're so similar. Like, both of them like to utilize the ground game, the wrestling, the takedowns and everything. So it's very similar. And I looked into it, I'm like, yo, in terms of activity on the ground, she outdid her. I think they flashed up a significant strike total of like 100 plus. You feel what I'm saying? Like 120 something for Bleda. I'm
combined?
Like, yeah, over the course of the rounds. You know what I mean? But
it was. Yeah, I think Bleda had like 120 ground strikes in one round, I think, because she was just like teeing off.
It's crazy, and it's like I look at that and I'm like, okay, this is one of the things that it's like it's the politics of MMA. Like, the way I would want to do things is where everybody knows where they stand. Like, for example, you don't have this thing where you got two people fighting and you got people like ourselves, you got analysts and stuff like that. This very well could be a #1 contender. Like, shut up. Like, no. I'm going to be like, hey, guys, this is the #1 contender fight. These two who fight, whoever wins gets to like, there's too much of this like politic and like this thing where like one of my least favorite terms in the sport is in the works. I can't fucking stand that term. I really like it, just makes my ears bleed. Like in the works. You know what that means to me? That means like you got a whole bunch, you got two people plus their management plus potential lawyers sitting here discussing about I should get paid this. I don't want to fight this time. I want to fight here and all this nonsense. Like, yo, listen, just fight. It's too much of the politics involved, man. It's getting too it's too much about like, and I get it. They got to sell pay-per-views and they have a whole bunch of metrics they're looking at and this, that, and the other. But the fighters themselves are in a situation where the ones that are not getting paid enough don't have a chance because the ones that are getting paid a shitload want even more and they're trying to negotiate even more. And sometimes they're even getting it. And it's just, it's too much politics. It needs to purely be about, hey, listen, you win your fight, you get this. It's just too much, bro. And when I hear in the works, I'm like,
I get that what you're saying, but if they were getting, if these fighters were getting paid what their boxing counterparts are getting paid, I mean, these fighters are making what mid-level boxers make. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you got to think about the reality for the fighter. You know what I'm saying? And the reality for the fighter is that coaches' fees are due, gym fees are due, health care is due, bills are due. All this stuff is due. They have families they're taking care of. You know what I'm saying? And they're not getting. I mean, some of them are only getting paid a couple $100,000, and then even less than that once all those fees come out and taxes come out. So you got to think about what the fighter is really being left with. So that's why the negotiations and things have to take place. You know what I'm saying? Because, like I said, their boxer counterparts are getting paid what they're getting paid plus more. So
the issue with that though is it's two different industries. And boxing has so much more legacy to where it has a much bigger market.
It's combat sports, though. It's still combat
But when
sports.
you know the problem with that though, BJ? The problem is when I say boxing or I say a fight.
How come I ain't seen you on my lives lately, 2Bs? That's what I want to know. You calling me by my name, but I ain't seen you on my lives lately. But it's cool. That's a whole nother story.
Dang,
Go ahead, 2B. Go ahead, 2B.
I can show up on your live, you know what I mean? It's no problem, man. And my apologies for not doing that. But what I'm getting at though is boxing. When I say boxing, everybody knows what it is. They already know what time it is. Two people about to get in that ring and they about to throw fists at each other. We still have situations where people talk about Emery. Oh, you mean that UFC stuff? See, that's the problem. That's why when fighters want to get paid exactly what the boxers get paid, that's where the issue comes in. Because everybody just knows UFC. They don't know MMA. And when you have a situation like that, where there's not a whole lot of places where you could go to get paid X amount, this, that, and the other, it becomes a monopoly. And then whoever's at the top says, oh, you're worth this. What are they going to do about it? Go to Bellator and then get paid probably even less? Go to,
No. Actually, no. They don't go to Bellator to get paid less. They go to Bellator to get paid more. They go to PFL to get paid more. They go to one championship to get paid more money. That's the problem, is that these quote unquote second rate, or by the mass numbers they call Bellator and ONE FC and PFL, these second rate companies. You know what I'm saying? But they're paying these five. There's a reason Thiago Santos left the UFC just a couple of days ago. There's a reason, you know what I'm saying, Demetrius Johnson left. There's a reason Rory McDonald, who had just fought for the title and put on one of the most legendary UFC title fights ever against Robbie Lawler, You know what I'm saying? There's a reason why these fighters leave. There's a reason why fighters like Elimele McFarlane have not signed to the UFC. And fighters, there's reasons why these fighters leave, because the UFC doesn't pay what some of these other promoters are offering. So these fighters are not really leave. These fighters that don't get cut and they leave. Shane Burgos is was one of the most exciting featherweights in the UFC division. And one day, and to this day, I still say, will one day be the UFC featherweight champion. But what did he do? This is a ranked opponent we're talking about. This is a ranked fighter we're talking about. Shane Burgos is a top, he was top 15. I'm pretty sure he was top 10 ranked featherweight, but he was a ranked featherweight who walked away from the UFC. And then even the UFC said, we fucked up. We fucked up with Shane. Dana White said, we fucked up with Shane Burgos. And I will not make that fuck up. I will not fuck up like that again. He knew he fucked up. And so what did Shane Burgos do? Jump ship, went over to PFL, because PFL is going to pay his ass. Period.
Right. But not everybody has that option, though. That's the issue. It's not like this. It's not a plethora.
Brian Williams said Thiago left because he kept losing. I'm not even laughing at that, man. I ain't laughing at Thiago. I'm just laughing how you said that, man.
But it's like I relate it to wrestling, man, because it was one of the coolest things in pro wrestling history. Everybody knows what WWE is, but when AEW mentioned that they were going to essentially exist, and for those who don't know wrestling, pretty much what AEW was another billionaire like Vince McMahon who came in and said, I want to do this in a way that's much better for the wrestlers, much better for the fans. You feel what I'm saying? And it gave the wrestlers another way, because everybody was like, look, if you don't go to WWE, it's going to be real hard to make that real like money, And it's so similar to where it's like, it's going to take that huge player to come in and be like, look, we got this issue over here. We got this over here. We got this over here. Let's change this. You feel what I'm saying? And make things better. Yeah, you got some fighters who have that luxury to go to PFL. You got the Kayla Harrisons that are making these big checks over at PFL and stuff like that. But how many Kayla Harrisons are there? It's few and far between the fighters who have that luxury to just say, I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna go there. It's less than 5. It's probably even less than 3 that even entertain talking to them. You feel me? And that's the issue, man. Until something is changed, we're not like, until someone steps up and says, look, let's fix this. It's going to be the same thing where we're going to have fighters complaining about pay. We're going to have discrepancies in the understanding of what a person is worth. Because at the end of the day, right now, Dana White and the UFC is making all the decisions. Oh, you're worth this, you're worth that. And then we have these long in the works conversations. Because the fighters don't understand how it's being determined that what they're worth. If they understood that, they could go out and be like, oh, okay, I'm worth this because of this. Okay, let me do something about it. No, they're just left in the dark, and they're with this management team trying to negotiate more pay, and they don't even understand what's going on. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like, if they were more open to the fighters and saying, listen, this is how we're determining If you want to change how much you're worth, let's just tell them about what they can do about it. Like, it's just a situation where they're just telling them what it is. And that's why you have these long, drawn out contract processes, because they don't understand. Or they got management trying to get their cut. And it's too much politics in that sense, where it's like, they don't understand what's going on. If they understood what's going on, we wouldn't have no complaints about fighter pay, because guess what? They go out and earn that check. If they knew what it took.
Man, hold on. I was just pulling something up. Let me ask you this. Now I lost my train of thought. Now I really did. Yeah, I was about to say something, but damn, I lost that thought too.
That boy didn't got sleepy.
No, I was actually looking at something. I was researching something on my phone, and then I was like holding it while you were talking. Then I just lost it. All right. But yeah, tomorrow's be a good card, man. I don't know if I'm gonna jump on and do a fight companion for these fights. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I might get on for the Eileen Chasson fight. I might do that. I'm not sure. But overall, my picks.
Yeah, I'm gonna be on for those top 3 fights.
Okay,
Me and a few guys gonna be on for that because they didn't hit me up like, "Yo, we should do a companion for that." So I'm still kind of pondering it at the moment. I'm not 100% sure because I like to sit back and enjoy them big fights.
Oh yeah. All right. So here's almost say my overall picks. I'm gonna go with Norma Dumont, Melissa Martinez. I'm not sure, and Irene Aldana. All right, that's my final picks. What about y'all?
Damn, man. I'm gonna stick with Irene. I think she might be able to do it by this. I think it'll be decision, Irene. It'll be maybe a close, maybe split decision. I don't necessarily think she takes all the rounds because I think Macy Chasson is gonna implement the blanket of doom. So yeah, I think that might steal her a round or two in like one or two of the judges' eyes and stuff like that. As far as Elise Reed and Super Melly, you know what? In hindsight, like when I look at what Melissa Gatto did in that long time that she was off and no one necessarily knew how she was gonna perform in her UFC debut and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and side with Super Melly for a couple reasons. One, them Combate girls, I just feel like there's a lot of talent there. And then number 2, because of that layoff, like that one, like I don't know, it's a different type of layoff when it's like multiple years, and like that person's like they fighting is definitely the career they want to pursue, right? Yeah. So I feel like there's a purpose in that, and I don't know. I know it's gonna affect her timing and stuff like that. That's one of the main things. But I heard from somewhere that she was taking like kickboxing matches and stuff like that during her time off and focusing a lot on kickboxing. It was from some other channel, I think. They were talking. They do like predictions and breakdowns and stuff like that, and they mentioned something like that. So I was like, I'll go with Super Melly because of that.
Okay.
And then Norma Dumont and Daniel Wolf.
Clean sweep, no rounds lost or anything.
I don't know about that, man.
Hey, you're not that confident, Norma, like BJ is, then?
I'm not, man, honestly. Because when she dropped that fight,
that's proof
when
right
she
there.
dropped that fight to Macy Chasson, and I'm like, yo, do you know what double underhooks are? Does anybody know what double underhooks are?
But the problem is with Macy Chasson was at her best in that fight with Norma Dumont. Macy Chasson was on weight. She looked good. She was stepping into who she's supposed to be when she fought Norma Dumont, which is a legit 145 pounder. Say it again.
So I guess her best is better than Norma's best, right?
I mean, but when you got two of them that's ready to go, somebody got to lose, bro. That fight was close.
Yeah.
There wasn't no sweep by Macy Chasson. Macy almost got knocked out.
Yeah, she did. But she adjusted and overcame.
Come on now, y'all talking about that fight. Y'all talking about that fight like Norma Dumont got swept out or something, dude. Macy Chasson got knocked out in that fight.
No, the
I
question
mean, come
Oh,
was.
on, man.
No,
look
that's what I was just
what
asking what
Rocky
you.
did to her, though. You know,
Oh yeah.
Rocky wasn't having it
Oh
with
yeah. I
Macy
picked Rocky
Chiasson.
in that, man. I was like, I
But we
think,
talk
man,
about Rocky. Listen, Macy Chasson lost to Lena Landsberg, guys. Have we forgot?
at 135, she didn't need to be there.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
I don't know,
That
man.
clinch of doom, boy.
It hurts my confidence when someone allows for the blanket of doom to consume them in their soul. You feel me? It just hurts my confidence because I'm like, yo, commentators it's like at least a 95% success rate. I see it all over, specifically in women's MMA as well. They get double underhooks. They manage their head position. They get their back off the cage within 10 seconds or less. Most times it's 5 seconds or less. I kid you not. Try to find the fights online. I kid you not. Within 5 to 10 seconds, their back is no longer on the cage. As soon as they grab double underhooks, got the head position, they're no longer on the back. When she displayed that she could not get her back off that cage, that's when I'm like, you're letting a tired Macy Chiasson do it. She was tired
Macy
as
still,
hell.
but Macy, but think about how much Macy weighed. You know, I mean, Macy's still a big featherweight. Like Macy Chasson at
I'll give you the
featherweight.
weight. I'll give you the weight.
Yeah, like she's still big. Like, look at Macy. Dude, Macy Chasson is just big. Period. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a little bit different in there, man. They heavy, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'll give
know.
you that.
I guess I'm trying to make an
I
excuse.
I will give you that though.
Yeah, you're trying to make it.
No, I'll give it to her
like
because she is
big,
extremely huge.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm still gonna go with Norma Dumont.
Okay.
Because I just don't feel as though Danielle Wolf necessarily has the tools to, like, over the course of all 3 rounds, like, she might win some exchanges on the feet with her boxing prowess. You feel me? But it's an MMA fight, so I just feel like, you know, she's gonna do what's necessary, which is grab a hold of this girl.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm confident in her as someone who's had several UFC fights and has displayed to some extent an ability to grapple. Like, I don't know. I'm gonna go with Norma, but it's gonna be by decision, I would say.
All right. Yeah. I don't know. I might go live for this fight here, man, because if she loses 1 round, I'm calling somebody out. She better not lose.
Hell.
She better not lose a single round, man.
Man, you better raise the stakes, Combo. She can't lose a single minute of the fight.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, she can't get her head snapped back or none of that, man.
Chill, Combo. We talking about a fist fight here, bro. Chill.
Oh, okay.
They talking about you can't get her head snapped back, bro. We talking about a fist fight.
I'm just saying, if we break the fight down minute by minute, I've said she got to win every minute.
How heavy you think Norma Dumont coming in? Willetta says she probably coming in.
Norma Dumont coming in no less than 160.
Okay. So how much Macy weighed that night when they fought? Like 165, 170?
I would say no less than 160.
Okay. Yeah, because I
you gotta realize, dude, Macy, these are dramatic weight cuts for Macy Chasson to get to 135.
Yeah, they're dramatic, man. They
dramatic.
If you thought Amanda Nunes had some cuts when she was, dropping that featherweight, this is dramatic for her. Macy's big, man. I ain't gonna lie, yeah, she's big.
I just
imagine how the weight is for Danielle Wolf though. She's like 39 years old trying to cut this weight.
I don't even want to think about it. My goodness.
How long do you think she'll last like this? She's 39, man. I'm gonna keep saying that because she's 39 years old, man. She's one fight.
And she struggled.
Yeah.
She struggled to get that dude. I seen it in her face, bro. I was like, ooh, look at her face. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could tell, like, there's certain fighters, like, there's certain females you can tell in their face, bro, when they cut. Like, you could tell it in Macy Barber. You know what I'm saying? You can see it in
Joanna a couple times.
Joanna. You can see it in Joanna. It's a few fighters, dude. When they cut, you like, whoa.
I seen it in Claudia Gadelha a few times, man.
Claudia Gadelha. Oh yeah.
You know, Valentina is really interesting in the fact that she was able to go 3-2, and her only 2 losses was to Amanda Nunes, and she didn't fucking cut weight to make 135, bro.
Yeah.
And you got people like Macy that's cutting 25 pounds to make that 135, and you got someone like I know she's different, I get that, but
Valentina didn't even hit 135 in either fight. She came in at 133, 133 and a half, 134, 132 and a half. Like she never, like all of her bantamweight fights, you never saw the number 135. It was always below.
Yeah, it was always below.
And that to me is like, look, I know Valentina is, you know, special. She's got like a huge background and this, that, but
She's just a fighter. She's just a fighter, bro.
I just really would hope that it kind of sends a message to like younger fighters that maybe not even like in the UFC yet and this, that, and other. Like, yo, it is possible to at least have a winning record. Maybe you won't be champion, but at least it just shows like if you work hard enough and you build up your, you know, resume enough and you put in enough fights and training, this, that, and other, you can overcome some of this whole weight cut issue stuff. Like I know it's like, you know, we're talking Valentina, but it's like, you know, at least it shows that it is possible to not have to kill your fucking body, bro. You feel me? That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah. I mean, you know, Valentina's just like to me, she's like the blueprint of just her dedication, man. Stamina got something for you, BJ. He said, quote, "She's just a fighter is grossly underselling."
That's to you. Who's that? Stamina? That's the Stamina. Oh well, they all fighters. They all just fighters to me. Shit, they all fighters. What else are they?
I guess he's saying
Valentina's
like,
a hell of a lot.
I guess he's saying there's levels
listen,
to it.
He got their piano player, marksman.
Listen.
Dancer.
But we don't know these people and love these people for the fact that we don't love Valentina and respect Valentina for being a good marksman or playing the piano or dancing. That ain't what we love Valentina for. We love Valentina for being a fighter. We love the rest of these people, and we talk about the rest of these people for being a fighter. They're all fighters. That's it.
That's it. More than fighters,
I guess Stamina is saying you underselling because she's levels to it, like, you know, better fighter, Valentina. Then you got
fighters,
a growing fighter.
I don't think they just fighters though. I had to disagree with that because
it takes a special.
There's plenty like if when you say that all of them are just fighters, then that means nobody stands out from the pack. You feel me?
I didn't say that wasn't levels to it. I didn't say there wasn't levels to it, but they still just fighters. You talking about like special and all of this shit? Nah, ain't no special. They fighters.
No, there are
in that case, the only special fighters are Khabib Nurmagomedov and fucking Floyd Mayweather because they never lost. Those are your special fighters. Everybody else, if you got a loss on your record, you ain't special.
Dang.
That's how I look at it.
Hey, BJ about that controversy. He said it.
Tatiana Suarez is a special fighter.
Ooh,
that's a special fighter. Khabib is a special fighter.
Dang.
Khamzat Chimaev is a special fighter.
Dang, go on, BJ.
No, you ain't. If you ain't one of them few people, if you ain't Floyd, Khabib, Tatiana, you ain't special. Because if you ain't them, then that means somebody done whooped your ass.
I mean,
somebody done beat your ass.
But Valentina technically hasn't had her behind whoop.
She had her ass beaten that first fight by Amanda Nunes. I can tell you that. She got her ass beaten that fight. Her head was getting snapped back to the mat on that fight.
Oh, okay, wait a minute. Ravioli said Tatiana's gonna lose at 125.
Well, you say he can say what she want to, but it ain't happened. So until it happens, you can say whatever you want to say. Like y'all tell me when I'm talking about Robertson, about Jillian Robertson, how I think she can choke her way to the belt. She ain't never gonna do this. She ain't never gonna do that. You don't know nothing until it happens.
Wait a minute.
You don't know nothing.
Look, I like Jillian. Look, but she hadn't done it yet.
Well, okay, and Tatiana Suarez ain't lost at 125 either.
I tell you, look, this is all I'm gonna say. Look, I'm gonna
everybody
tell you,
undefeated.
I'm gonna tell you right
fight.
now who's closer though. Manon
is, yeah, you're right. But Manon ain't undefeated. Casey O'Neill is though. But Casey O'Neill is a special fighter.
Look, we ain't going to this because we know who fought better competition. Let me just go ahead.
But we once again, Combo, I'm gonna have to bring it back to you right quick. Opportunity versus injury. You can't hold opportunity over somebody who's out with an injury. You know what I'm saying? Opportunity versus injury. You know, if Casey O'Neill didn't get injured, she been beat Jessica I and Macy Barber ass by now. Stop playing.
If she got injured and she took the Jennifer Meyer fight, Jennifer Meyer probably would have 30-27 there.
I don't think so.
No, maybe not 30-27, 29-20.
I don't think so. Nah. I'm rolling with the king, baby. I'm rolling with the king.
I just need the king to
TJ said
revive.
I'm late. Oh, TJ said I'm late, but I'm here. What hype train is BJ riding tonight?
TJ, go hide up under a rock since you quit taking links. Until you take a link, TJ, go get back under the rock that you've been up under since you don't take links anymore. Since every time we ask you to take a link, you all holler, oh, I'm in Mexico, I'm in Cabo, I'm in Antarctica, I'm on Mars, or wherever you say you at whatever given time, TJ. You know what I'm saying? So go back to Switzerland, or go back to the Galapagos Islands, or wherever it is you at right now. Okay, stay there.
Dumbledore.
From what I know.
I'm gonna start. Okay, TJ Pluto Nash. You call it Pluto Nash now, huh? All right. Stamina said all fighters are not created equal. That's the point. Not some fighters and some goddesses, but they're participants, contenders, and champions. BJ is back at the window. It's been a while. Dang.
Well, it is what you call it. You call it what you want to call it, but I ain't taking no comments seriously if you ain't taking no link. So if you ain't took no link in the past month, stop talking. But go ahead, Two Beats. You took a link. Go ahead.
So VJ, so is a fighter special if they win their first fight? Like pretty much. Let me ask you this: is Daniel Wolf special?
Nope. Nope.
So undefeated is not the only clause, right?
But it ain't that. Not 1-0 undefeated.
I got another one here. Okay.
1-0 undefeated is different. Come on, now, 2B. Don't try to trip me up like that. I've been in this game for a minute, cuz.
All right, I got another for you. Hey, hold on,
you ain't gonna trip me up like that.
You ain't
gonna trip me up like that.
All right, Brian Williams said Valentina is special. That's why I think she's the most skilled fighter in WMMA. But the real GOAT's Amanda Nunes. All right, so hey.
Okay.
She's still special. Hey, she's still look. You can have special fighters even with a loss, man. Because you got to remember, like, what makes them special. Like, what are they doing? Like, the fighter that's undefeated, who have they fought though? You know.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Like
the fighters. The fighters.
Is Casey O'Neill really special right now, or has she just not been tested?
No, she been tested. She just ain't been beat.
But
she been tested. She just ain't been beat.
Can you really put the special label on her right now at this stage of her career?
Well, y'all sure did talk a lot of shit about her striking. You know what I'm saying? Y'all sure did drag her striking through the mud.
As a striking, I like the thing I'm an expert on. I'm still talking about it. But
listen, Combo.
Do you put the special label on her now?
Combo, you already know the answer to that question, but I'm getting ready to give you a little bit of backstory. Listen, Combo, y'all, you included, Combo, Two Beasts, yo ass too, Stamina MC, you, TJ 347, Lafayette, all of y'all all talk shit. Zaman, especially yo ass. Y'all all talk. Brian Williams, you too. Y'all talk shit about Casey O'Neill. She ain't got no hands just because she has some subs. And you know what I'm saying? She came out with a few subs in the UFC, and the first thing y'all could think of was, oh, you couldn't trash her ground game, so let's trash her stand-up game. You know what I'm saying? And then when the fight was announced with Roxanne Modafferi, well, first of all, it's like y'all y'all had amnesia when she fought Antonina Shevchenko, and y'all forgot how she pieced up Antonina Shevchenko. Y'all forgot about that. And then when the Roxy fight, oh, well, she ain't gonna want to go to the ground with Roxy. If this turns into a stand-up battle, Casey O'Neill is gonna get pieced up because Roxanne Modafferi pieced up Macy Barber, and she started piecing up Viviane Araujo. Listen. Casey O'Neill showed crisp technique, she showed speed, she showed accuracy, and she showed power in that fight with Roxanne Modafferi. And now y'all trying to find another avenue to talk shit about King Casey O'Neill. I'm here for it. Let's go. Strap up.
Okay.
Strap up.
Cynthia Calvillo said this one day. You know, she was describing the Lauren Murphy and Valentina Shevchenko fight. She said, you know what? Lauren Murphy, I don't think she can win this fight. She's a good fighter. She's a grinder. She's a hard worker. Valentina is on another level. She's special. She's got something about her. That's what I see in Casey O'Neill right now. She's a hard worker. She's a grinder, but she is not a Valentina Shevchenko level fighter.
I ain't listening to it, man. I ain't buying it. You ain't gonna chat. See, there you go again, Combo. There you go, trying to use the monotone. You know what I'm saying? In the texture of your voice to try to convince me to think otherwise, bro.
I'm using it's the lyrics, man. It's the lyrics that was coming out.
No,
man. That's all.
Casey O'Neill 9 times out of 10 takes the judges out of the damn question. Casey O'Neill is a finisher. And if you don't think she is, you better go back and watch her fights. You better go back and watch her fights.
Now, because of that, like, I personally will, so there's different types of special. There's the fighter themselves is special, and then there's certain accolades that they've achieved that are special, right? So Casey O'Neill herself, special, I think she has a lot of potential, but I need her to pass one more test, right? She did really good in the Roxy fight.
Oh my God.
And I'm a fan of Casey.
Listen, Manon passes one test, and all of a sudden, Manon beats and I'm team Manon too. But Manon beats
got one test.
No, listen. Manon beats a title challenger, a former title challenger, and oh my God, she's ready to fight for the belt. Casey O'Neill beats a former title challenger, and oh my God, she still needs one more test. What is it, guys?
No, first of all,
is it really the skill set, or is it just the fighter?
There's levels, man. Manon,
come on, man.
You know Manon is levels above Casey. I gotta go?
No, she's not, bro. She's not levels above Casey O'Neill, bro. She's not.
Yes, she is. Look, that's
no,
what it all.
She's not.
Look, deep down, you knew that's what it was gonna come back to. You wanted that.
No,
you wanted to hear me say that again.
No, bro, but I'm always as much as you say it, as many times as you say that, Combo, just know that I'm always gonna be here to refute that. That is not until I see otherwise. At this moment, you can't convince me that that she's leagues above Casey O'Neill. You can't at this moment. You can't convince me of that.
Even when she beats Chikagan, you're gonna say she's not levels above her.
It's not so much of Casey O'Neill. It's not so much of Manon showing me what level she's on. It's the fact that Casey O'Neill has not been able to show us her full potential because of an injury. It's not how high can Manon go that's gonna prove that she's better than Casey O'Neill.
What about the fights before the injury? She showed us what she had then.
Okay, but Manon has showed us what she's had too. So what does that mean? That doesn't. They both won the fight
to a higher level.
Combo, please don't blindly make that statement, bro, when you know you can't just make that empty statement like that. Casey O'Neill has not been able to fight. She was lined up to fight Jessica Eye. And she would have beat Jessica Eye.
I'm gonna take the words that came out of her mouth. Okay. This is why I'm gonna take the words. This is where we going. Now, this is what she said in an interview. Won't be ready for the belt for another 2, 3, 4 years. You know.
Manon said the same thing.
No, she didn't.
She did. Yes, she did.
She said it's a step-by-step process. She
exactly.
Did she put a timestamp on it? No.
Okay, but saying is I'm 2 years out and it's a step-by-step process.
Look how the matchmakers are matching Casey O'Neill up right now. Look how
they ain't matching her up right now at all because she's out. They ain't matching her up at all.
They were matchmaking her before that. Fighters that are gone now.
Fighters that fought for the belt. Fighters that fought for the belt. The same people that Manon was fighting.
Shanna Dobson?
No, come on, bro. Tabitha Ricci? Come on. At least Casey O'Neill fought real flyweights.
You know why Tabitha Ricci, right? It was a short notice. What else can you do?
But bro, listen. When Casey before Jennifer Maia, after the fight with Jennifer Maia, when Casey O'Neill had beat Roxanne Modafferi and Manon beat Jennifer Maia, we were looking at an even playing field. Okay. At this point right now, we have one of those fighters who is unable to fight. 9 times out of 10, Casey O'Neill would have beat Jessica Eye. Okay, let's be real about it. She would have beat Jessica Eye. Okay. How do we know it wouldn't have been Casey O'Neill fighting Katlyn Chookagian next? I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like you can't praise Manon for not being injured and dog Casey O'Neill for being injured. You can't praise Manon for not being injured and getting the opportunity to fight somebody like Katlyn Chookagian.
Before she was injured, even before, let's say she would take the whole injury out, man. Just take the whole injury out, and let's say she still beats Jessica. Okay, she's not going to jump that high level up because she's not ready for it.
Oh, come on. I don't
already said it. Like she's not going to get.
I can't get with that.
They push her up to a Chookagian fight. They're gonna make her a title contender.
She's and Manon is fighting Chookagian by default. Let's be real. Like I said. She's fighting her by default because Jessica Andrade could not make the fight. Absolutely sure. She's absolutely 100% fighting.
She was supposed to fight Chookagian before that. Remember?
That is right. That is right. That's right.
All right. Now.
That's right. But how do we know?
That's a 10-8 round.
Call out.
But it would have been okay. So if Manon was supposed to fight Chookagian first, how do we know that Casey O'Neill wouldn't have been matched up to fight Andrade? That's what I'm trying to say. Like, how do we know that wasn't a matchup?
More fights in between. She would have had to fight a couple more.
Nah, I don't know, man. It wasn't more fights in between for Manon. But we don't know
because she wasn't ready.
We don't know that. We don't know that because she's
at what Casey O'Neill said.
So how do we know? So what if when Casey O'Neill comes back, she's matched up to fight Jessica Andrade? If they say, "Oh, we got O'Neill versus Andrade," what you gonna say then?
It's been nice knowing you, Casey O'Neill.
Nah, chill, bro. Everybody ain't gonna fall. Everybody ain't gonna get knocked out by Andrade. Everybody ain't gonna get knocked out. I'm just saying, I love Andrade and I respect Andrade, but everybody not gonna get done like Karolina Kowalkiewicz in there. You know what I'm saying? Casey O'Neill knows how to fight. Casey O'Neill knows what to do. So you know what I'm saying?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, hell, I forgot about that fight.
Okay, I'm looking at look, I'm gonna put what happened? Right. Look, I got number 10, Casey O'Neill. Okay. Now, Andrade is number 4. Do you really think they would make her fight 6 spots up when she said it's gonna be another 2-3 years before she fights for the belt? Or 4 years?
Manon said, yeah, but Manon also said she wanted to take the step-by-step slow route to the belt. She said the same thing, but in a different choice of words.
It could just mean,
she didn't put years on it, but she said she wanted.
No, I got it. When she got her next contract, she said the second contract she got is going to include the Valentina fight. So there's your timestamp. So hers is still more advanced than Casey O'Neill. She was more so ready. 4-fight contract she signed, she said this should include the Valentina Shevchenko fight.
Yeah, but we don't know. We haven't been able to get to that point with Casey O'Neill because she tore her ACL. So once again, that circles back to opportunity versus injury, information versus no information. We can't have those same talks with Casey O'Neill or about Casey O'Neill. Casey O'Neill can't even have those same talks right now because she can't fight. I mean, it's that simple.
All right.
We don't know. We don't know what information. We don't know what data we could have learned by now from Casey O'Neill if she wasn't injured. She's injured and she can't fight. She can't do anything.
Let me ask you, injury aside though, if you feel Manon and Casey are on the same level, okay. If Casey O'Neill was scheduled to fight Andrade in her next fight in her return, would you feel confident?
Yes.
Is confident
100%.
As confident as Manon could beat Andrade, even or about the same or more so.
Let me say this before I say my answer. I would be scared for both of them.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Yeah, I'm scared. I'll be scared for both of them in there. There's reasons why I would be scared for both of them. For Manon, it's the fact that for Manon, I would be scared for Manon for the fact that when you fighting Andrade, it don't matter how big you are and how hard you can punch, how tall you are, how technical you are. None of that shit matters. Because as we can see in the fight with Amanda Lemos, you can be as technical as they come. Your shots can be as methodical as they come. And those were some damn fucking methodical shots and well thought out shots and well-trained shots that she was getting hit with from Amanda Lemos. And within a split second, look at what happened. The fight was over. You know what I'm saying? So that's the type of danger that Jessica Andrade presents. You know what I'm saying? With Casey O'Neill, I'm thinking, okay, we've never seen Casey O'Neill's chin get checked. You know what I'm saying? Casey O'Neill is a decent striker. She showed us that she has a well-rounded skill set and that her striking is coming along exactly where it needs to be for where she is right now. You know what I'm saying? But that defense, you know what I'm saying? There's reasons in with either one of them. There's reasons why they would both get finished by Jessica Andrade. That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. Like, with both of them being in my triple threat and one being able to progress forward because she's not injured and she's available and able to fight, and one not being able to move forward because she's not available to fight and she's injured, that doesn't mean just because that doesn't put just because that reason right there, that reason is the only reason that Manon is where she is right now over somebody like Casey O'Neill. Now, if we were talking Jillian Robertson, that's a whole different ball game. But we're talking Casey O'Neill, somebody who has not lost ever. You know what I'm saying? And she's 4 fights in the UFC by now and still hadn't lost. You know what I'm saying? So that is the only reason that Manon is where she is. Of course, hard work and winning the fight, of course. You know what I'm saying? But that's the only reason that she is where she is and Casey O'Neill is where she is because Casey O'Neill is not able to fight. We don't know what would happen by now. Casey O'Neill very well could have lost the fight by now, but we don't know that. We don't know that because she hasn't been able to fight.
Think about it. The time period is still about the same. Like, it's not.
No, it's not.
Great of a time
Casey
period.
O'Neill would have fought twice by now. O'Neill would have fought twice by now.
We don't know that. Like, there could be same thing going Manon going through. She could have been fighting 2 times, but there's always been an injury issue. So it's not like it's been like a year or 2 that she's been out. She's only been out like the same turnaround that any fighter.
No, it's been about a year.
Has it?
It's been about a year since O'Neill been out.
Hold on now. I'd say 8 months at most. Has it been that long, y'all?
It's been about 9 or 10 months.
All right, hold on.
When did she fight Rousey?
Man, she
That's in,
fought in
like, April,
February.
right?
Listen to you, man.
February.
It was 7 months ago.
Oh, well, damn.
Over here
I done got.
trying to hypnotize me again, man. Look at this. She just BJ,
Cabo
BJ,
said trying to hypnotize me again.
BJ, you sell used cars, man.
I used to.
Oh, you used to, huh? Okay, I thought so.
I was a car salesman for 7 years, bro.
I thought so.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, I've been around.
But I'm just being real, bro. Like to me, I'm pretty black and white, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like to me, it is what it is for me. And that's just how I see it, bro. I just don't see, and that doesn't just go for Casey O'Neill and Manon. It goes for other fighters like Tatiana Suarez. You know what I'm saying? Tatiana Suarez is the only reason we don't know. Only reason Tatiana Suarez isn't where she should be is because she's been injured. Tatiana Suarez, 100%. I'm talking without any ounce of doubt in my mind. I'm talking no doubt. Now with other fighters I talk about, you know what I'm saying, there's always that era of doubt with Jillian Robertson, you know what I'm saying? Or, you know, even Casey O'Neill, there's even a slight doubt in some of these matchups. When I think about potential fights for Casey O'Neill, there's always going to be that. But there's no doubt in my mind whatsoever that Tatiana Suarez would be the champion at 115 pounds if she hadn't been plagued with injury. There's no doubt in my mind. But we don't know that. But opportunity versus injury.
I'm going back to it. Look, only been 7 months. She's right where she is, man. Like she's right where she needs to be. So
she'd have fought by now, bro. It'd have been her whooping up on Jessica Iron there instead of Macy Barber, and you know that.
And then
you know that
she probably would still be fighting like somewhere in the middle. She ain't jumping all the way up like Manon is. Like Manon's ready, man.
I mean, like that's opportunity though. Like at the end of the day, the Caitlin Chukagian Manon fight, that's both people calling each other out. Like Caitlin mentioned her, Manon mentioned her. Like you feel me?
Exactly.
Like that had a lot to do with
that
down
to it still comes down to matchmaking, man. It still comes down to matchmaking. It's not just her calling her out like Casey O'Neill.
No, it had a lot to do with calling her out. Do you think that?
No, because if Casey O'Neill called out Caitlin Chukagian, they would not give her that fight.
Why not?
Look at the space between the two. No,
if Casey O'Neill called out Lauren Murphy, you think they wouldn't give her that fight?
No.
You crazy. They weren't gonna give Juliana Pena the title fight. She had to call her own shot. She had to call her own shot, dog.
When it came down to that was more so realistic. She was only number 7, and Nunes already beat everybody in between. Where they were in
and Valentina done beat everybody. Valentina done beat 1 through 5.
But that don't mean you can just jump down there and fight somebody down there this low. They wouldn't do that, man.
Man, I'm telling you, if Casey O'Neill had beat Danielle
Wolf and with
that's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying.
They do all type of shit.
If Casey O'Neill had beat Jessica I and got out of that fight with no injury and called out Lauren Murphy, you telling me they wouldn't have gave her that fight?
No,
bro. It wouldn't have been no Lauren Murphy versus Misha Tate.
Well, real quick though, they did put her as like you remember when they did that like little video special, like where they did a ranking of top potential prospects and whatnot.
It was top prospects of the UFC 2021. Yes, and Casey O'Neill was number 1.
It is a possibility they would have gave her the Lauren one. The Caitlin Chukagian one, I do doubt it honestly, but I would say. Yeah, the Lauren Murphy one, she might have got. Maybe.
She'd have got that. Luke, dude, they'll feed Lauren Murphy to anybody. They don't like Lauren Murphy. The UFC
gave her a title shot.
No.
Man, they gave her a title shot because they couldn't deny her a title shot. Just like they couldn't deny they couldn't deny Jessica I a title shot.
Mm-hmm.
They want to see people like Jessica I and Lauren Murphy get knocked out. They want to see that. I mean, it just is what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just being real, Combo.
What'd you say?
I'm just being real, bro.
You just look. I am. I am on Manon. Look, I am, man. I am, man.
So
I ain't taking nothing. Go ahead.
I would say with Manon, man, like it's because her base is like really good striking, and we've seen that, you know, she's definitely far from lost on the ground. You feel what I'm saying? So like that
She ain't
type
no
of
fish
base,
though. She ain't no fish on the ground, though.
right?
A fish on the ground is Jillian Robinson. Manon ain't no fish now.
She got
But
good.
She
ground
good
game.
on the ground, but she ain't no
got good
fish.
ground game. She got a good ground game.
She ain't no fish though.
She got enough to get her where she at right now. Wait, okay, you brought up.
Hey,
Jillian
you
Robinson.
know what? You know what?
You brought up Jillian Robinson, and you brought up Manon in the same sense. But where's Manon at right now?
She ain't no fish though.
Where's Manon though? Where's the G-Rob?
I will give Combo a little bit of credit for Manon for something I just thought about, right? Now, I was at flyweight, so it might be a difference because of the weight cut, who knows? But then again, I mean, it's just skill, though, really, when it comes to jiu-jitsu for the most part. Like, weight can be overcome in jiu-jitsu. But, like, she fought on Mayra Buena Silva, right?
Yeah.
And we just saw Mayra Buena Silva lock Stephanie Egger, the judo black belt, in the armbar. You know what I'm saying? And so she went down there with her. Now, granted, she was at a lower weight class, so maybe she didn't feel a certain way or whatever. It wasn't her weight class to be, but nonetheless, she went down there with an armbar specialist, clearly. So, you know what I mean? I'll give Combo that with Manon on the ground game part. Like, she showed that she knows what she's doing.
Look, coming off of the C19.
Was Maya de Bueno Silva, was it the same? We know Maya de Bueno Silva is very inconsistent. So was that the same Maya de Bueno Silva that fought Stephanie Egger, or was that a Maya de Bueno, or was that a
that's the Mayra Buena Silva that came into the UFC as a flyweight?
But check this out. Or was that the Maya de Bueno Silva that was in there taunting and playing and not throwing strikes like she should have, not throwing heat? We've seen fights with Maya de Bueno Silva like she can't be stopped, and then we see the Maya de Bueno Silva that plays around and taunts and, you know, sticks her tongue out at fighters and does crazy stuff and doesn't really want to fight. So you know what I'm saying?
Maya Buena Silva that got kicked in the chest and got knocked down. That's all I know.
I'm just saying, you know, you gotta think about which Maya de Bueno Silva showed up in each fight.
Oh, for her. But if it was Casey O'Neill, then it'd be like, oh, Casey O'Neill just obliterated.
Man, these girls be trying to take Casey O'Neill head off. And what does Casey O'Neill do? End up beating the shit out of him. I mean, it's just the truth. I mean, it is. Antonina thought she was gonna go in there and outstrike Casey O'Neill. She was getting her head snapped back. I mean, I don't know how cut and dry. It's not like anything that I'm saying ain't true. Y'all making a lot of statements based on speculation, and I get it. You know what I'm saying?
I'm making on what I see.
Yeah, but y'all saying, you know, Manon is here for this reason and Casey O'Neill is for this reason.
Yes,
that's speculation.
Agree on that. But
what's with
the numbers?
y'all?
The numbers and the accomplishments.
Oh, excuse me, Combo and some of the people in the comment section, not you two.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I'm just basing what I'm saying off of facts, though. I'm taking speculation out of it. I'm taking speculation completely out of it.
I'm going off of facts. I'm going off of what Casey O'Neill said. She ain't ready.
She can say that all day, bro. You know, she can say that all day. That.
See, Manon.
Manon said she wasn't ready either, though. She said she wasn't ready too, though. She said the same thing, but with a different choice of words.
Not in the same sense. Not like this young fighter said, look, I need 4 years before I can challenge for the belt. Manon just wants a stepping stone to get to her rightful place. That's the difference.
Okay.
And no, I'm not trying to, you know, I'm not trying to make it sound more convincing than it needs to be. I'm just saying it how she said it, man. She wants 2 or 3 fights, and then boom, try to get Grasso. Grasso didn't want to smoke, so go to the next one.
Combo.
Yeah.
I just thought of something I wanted to ask you.
Chill on Grasso, though.
Grasso's awesome. I don't care what anybody says. She's awesome.
Bingo.
But no, one of the things I wanted to ask you, Combo, is I think it's a question that I sent in the chat and it didn't like go through or something. But like, what would you say are the top 5 reasons why women's MMA doesn't draw to the extent of men's?
Number 1, women.
The top 5 reasons. What? I didn't hear you.
The number 1 reason why women's fights don't. The top 5 reasons you can think of why women's fights don't draw as well as men's.
Well, number one is women. First off, men still are not in that mindset to accept women fighting. They still don't want to see that, because that's the number 1 thing. Even my people around me say, sometimes like we talk about just boxing, guys don't want to see women box. So same deal goes.
But that's what troubles me, right? I agree with that statement where it's like, oh, I don't want to see women fight, but why don't you want to see them fight?
Right. Well, they don't want to see him because, which I can respect. I can respect their view because where men stand, but it's the fact that they see men as the fighters. Men.
Right.
We have testosterone. Women are the feminine ones, masculine versus feminine, right? But I differ from that, man, because it's like everybody got to know how to fight in this world. Like, it's not just men being attacked in the alleys or men trying to fight each other. Now, men are trying to punch other women, and women want to fight other women too, So everybody needs to know how to fight. That's why I differ from that. But that's how your basic man feels. They think because they're the masculine ones, they're the ones that need to fight, and that's how it should be, right?
Man, I just feel like it's men with a complex, bro. It be men with a complex that got a problem with women fighting, because I'm a straight up man, you know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a man, bro, and it don't bother. I grew up in the house with 2 sisters that'll bust a female in her head if they come at them the wrong way. I grew up with a mom that took no shit. So when you know what I'm saying, when you grow up with strong women around you, it doesn't bother you to see women fighting. You know what I'm saying? To see strong women represented in that way, because every female that steps in that cage is a strong female, if that's what they choose to do with their lives. It's men. It's women. Hold on. It's these men who grew up with this old school, you know what I'm saying, who saw their father, you know what I'm saying, who saw their mothers, submit to men and expect women to submit to them. You know what I'm saying? That's the ones that have a problem with women fighting.
Like my thing is,
go ahead.
I'm sorry. Like my thing is this. Like, I get what both of you guys, you brought up great points where it's like a masculine thing. Women shouldn't be fighting; they're feminine and this, that, and other. But
they're not my points. It's the actual person that I'm off the experience that I'm saying. So it's not how I think they feel; it's how I know they feel, because they're telling me it's like, I can't stand to see women fight. Like, why do you watch that? Why are they punching each other in the face? They ain't supposed to be doing that,
They ain't supposed to be doing it. Now here's my thing, right? It's hard for me to understand the logic behind it, because it's hard for me to understand how you can have any attraction whatsoever to a fist fight in any sense. Like, by you being someone who is willing to pay $75 to see 2 people strike, potentially rip each other's arms off, for you to have any attraction to that type of sport, it's hard for me to understand how you can't look past the female body doing the literal exact same moves. Because what you're attracted to is the vibe. You're not attracted to those men that you spoke to, right? They're not attracted to men doing those things. They're specifically attracted to the moves being performed. They just have emotional attachment to the idea of, oh, women shouldn't be fighting. But
Right.
nonetheless, if the women blurred the image and they're like, holy shit, I just saw this flying knee, or I just saw this flying armbar, I just saw this roundhouse kick that took this person's head off. Like, those particular moves is what they're attracted to. It's the same thing in pro wrestling. Everybody was like, "Oh, the divas, da 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 da. They're just here for eye candy." But then they see these people, they see these women doing head scissors. They see them doing freaking 450 splashes off the top rope, just like men are just doing all these athletic things. And they're like, "Holy shit, this is pretty much the same thing I'm seeing with the fucking men." It's like,
Hey
Let
fellas, I
me,
gotta
I
run.
hate to
I
cut.
gotta
I
run,
hate to
fellas,
cut
but
you
I'm
right there,
definitely
but
gonna be
where you
listening.
saying that, the thing is, men, they just
Hey
want to
fellas, I
see.
gotta
They
run.
just. Oh, you gotta
oh,
go.
okay, BJ.
Okay. All
Yeah, I
right.
gotta run, fellas. I'm gonna be listening though.
Okay, man.
Hey,
All right,
good talk,
Peace.
two beats. Good talk, combo. I'll holler at you boys later.
Okay, man.
all right.
All right.
Yeah, let me say this though. Like what you were saying, they're attracted to fighting anyway. Well, it's like I'm gonna play devil's advocate a little bit and be like, okay, I can see where they're coming from, because growing up when you play fight and you get rough, you don't want to do that with the boys, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it comes down to that's how we were built. Same thing with the jobs we do. There's still a certain type of job that a lot of females they won't do because they can't. They don't have the strength to do it. So it's still
Oh
kind of
yeah,
like in
absolutely.
that same category where men growing up play fight. You always taught not to play rough with your sister, not handling her rough because you just don't do that. She's not built for
Mm-hmm.
that. So in general, yeah, like men are always going to gravitate more towards the rough stuff, the rough housing, the fighting. They're going to want to see that. But when they see two females do it, for me, I can respect it because it's two females fight. But if it was a man fighting a woman, no. But when it's two women on their own level fighting, yeah, that to me, I can accept that, but I can still see where they're coming from just because how they grew up, man. Like some just feel they don't want
Mm-hmm.
to see that between two women because they were always taught this way to respect females. So in that sense, I can't really get mad at them for feeling that way.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just how I feel though. Like I
Right.
accept it. I like it. I think they put on damn good performances, sometimes better than the men. But speaking for the men that don't like it, the ones that I know, they never really like went off top and just disrespected it, but they still feel a certain way, and that's just a place they won't ever leave.
Well, yeah, there's always going to be that percentage, you know what I mean, that doesn't want to see it based on that upbringing that you mentioned, right? But what confuses me though is that I mean, I'd have a hard time understanding that coming from a female because there's also lots of women that watch mixed martial arts. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I'd imagine hundreds of thousands, if not millions. Because to my understanding, there's hundreds of millions of MMA fans all across the world,
Mm-hmm.
and there is a certain percentage demographic of that is women. So to me, it's like, are we even to a point where women don't even like seeing women fight, but they like seeing the guys fight? I mean,
Oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah,
it's not like clicking with me, like,
yeah.
because to me, what to me, like, my thing is this, like,
Mm-hmm.
if you have makeup, for example, right? And let's say you dress up this woman to look just like a man. She gets in the cage with another man. Nobody knows that this is a female fight. And she does the exact same, I promise you, all those same men and all those same. The point I'm getting at is when you distract the person to such an extent to where they forget that they're watching women, that's when we can get closer to this realm of women being respected the same as men. in terms of the drawing power. Like, I get it. You know, there's always going to be like we talked about earlier, the whole flashing thing. You know what I'm saying? And that can hurt it. But if you have such a plethora of women that are constantly going out there and working, it can fight against that. Because the ultimately what it comes down to is perception and presentation. When you present it and you're like, oh, this is a women's fight. We got this women fight. Da, da, da. As soon as you say women's fight, there's certain people that are automatically going to be deterred. But when you just change it up and you say we have a fight in the flyweight division, that's a whole lot different. You feel what I'm saying? Like, it's just, to me, the mind is something that you can distract with a lot of different things. Like, it's easily distractible in a lot of ways.
Oh yeah,
if
they
you
do
can
that now
blur
too, certain things.
Yeah, but to me, I don't feel it. Like, the reason why I've been asking this question, I've asked this question on other channels as well. I'm like doing some homework lately, you know, based on everything, and what I'm starting to find is that a lot of people, it's like, they'll say, yeah, I just, you know, that women are boring and da 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 da, or they'll say like, because the women don't fight like the men, or they give me a whole bunch of reasons that all come down to, oh, we just don't like it. But when I ask them like to break it down, like, what's the real psychotic? Like, it's almost like they can't even explain it. So to me, they don't even know their reason. There's like a majority of people that they can't even put it into words. And when you have a perception like that, to me, it's like, okay, you have this feeling, but you can't even explain it. But something like that can be molded into something different. If you give them an understanding like, yo, this is why you should be watching this. This is why this is awesome. That's different than this feeling of, oh, I don't know what it is, but I just don't like this. You can't even pinpoint this over here, but you have a whole bunch of reasons why you like this awesome thing over here. Like, if you could just change their perception and give them a reason that they know and they feel and they understand to the fullest of their ability, it can overwrite that just this unconscious feeling of, oh, women's MMA, I don't want to bother with that. You feel what I'm saying? Because I think it's just this unconscious thing that people have just gelled into, because it's like the popular thing to do, to just shit. Like, this one guy, he's constantly, every opportunity he gets, he shits on women's MMA. It's his channel is called the MMA Guru, right? Every chance he's like, because, you know, women's MMA is shit.
Yeah,
Women's
I've heard
MMA.
of, I never really watched it.
He always does it. And to me, it's like, that's someone that obviously, it's not about, you know, oh, I don't like to see women fight because, oh my God, they're not supposed to be fighting. That, no, it's him. He's just like, he's just shitting on, oh, it's worthless, da 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 da. Someone like him is the people that I'm really targeting. Where I'm like, okay, how could women's MMA get over in a huge way? You gotta change the perception. They're willing watchers. They're gonna watch it. They're gonna break it down. So it's not like it's like, oh, women's, I can't watch this. They're gonna watch it, but we just gotta change their perception.
Yeah, I think there are gonna be people like that, you know, that they're just, it ain't even like a jailed-in thing where they have good reasons. They're just thinking that, nope, this is not for you. I'm not watching it. No support, right? And, you know, that's going to be the crowd that you can't ever really break, because, you know, it's just their choice to say, no, I'm not supporting that. But they're not even giving it a chance. But the ones that feel that men should fight and that's it, but just say, oh, the women don't deliver the same, you could actually win them over, because right now in boxing, you're getting a lot of men loving Clarissa Shields and Savannah Marshall because of what they're doing. Why? Because they're taking the best fights. Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano, they just put on one of the best fights of this year. So
did they sell out Madison Square Garden?
I think it almost did. I'm not sure if it did, but women like that, And fans that the type of fans I was talking about, like when women like that put on the show, they can win them over. Like I think they can win them over a little bit more because, like you said, with perception, like even with perception, like if they just set the example, put on the show, they'll be good to go. Like Joanna and Wei Lee put on probably one of the best fights, period, of MMA. Like I want to take the WMMA stamp off of that and just say that's one of the best fights in MMA, period. You know,
Right.
and that one, because I'm guilty of that, just saying WMMA, but to me, it's one of the best fights, period, because I watched that fight, you know. So I think you can continue to pull those type of fans in, the ones that are just, you know, closing the door, but they're willing to peek through the window. And then eventually when they see it, they'll open the door and they'll be like, oh, I'm coming outside. You know, I'm down with that. But then there's the ones they just board the door up and you ain't never gonna get to them, you know. But they're not good either because they usually attract more and more like them. And then they think, oh, okay, well, since he said it's cool not to like it, I'm gonna ride with him. So it sucks like that, man. But that's just how it is. That's where it is with it, you know. I think the only thing I can do is just keep pushing it the way I am and just bring in, you know, ears that want to listen or eyes that want to see the fights and go from there, you know. But I really can't come up with 5 reasons, man. Like I think that's just like the main one where it's just men are set in their ways and don't want to, you know, or men and women, because like you said, women would rather see men because they're programmed the same way. Like the feminine women are programmed and raised to feel that only masculine people fight, right? So it's going to be those type of fans that just feel that way, man.
But to me, that like there's plenty of fans that like the hardcore fans like that. What we're discussing for the most part is a lot of casual fans.
Yeah.
Like a majority of the people in this chat, you know, they're gonna watch pretty much every women's fight that comes on. They might even call it boring or they might call some exciting, but they watch it and they give, you know, they give their opinion sometimes in chat, this, that, and the other. The main people that I'm targeting is those that classify themselves as a hardcore fan. But the thing is, those hardcore fans, there are some of them that do need that perception change. Where it's like, oh, this is not a bathroom break fight. No, this is a fight I definitely need to be watching because these ladies are about to kill it. You feel what I'm saying? So, because the thing is, when you're targeting the casual fans, you find yourself in a situation where, like, what Dana's in is he has to sell every individual card. What I prefer to do is sell a service where I'm not selling you individual cards. I'm selling you the promise that every single time you watch one of our fights, there's going to be certain values that you're going to get here that you aren't going to get elsewhere. And instead of it being this thing where it's like, oh, the women's fights are on, oh, okay. No, it's going to be like, I understand that this service is the very best in providing these values, so every fight counts. Women, men, whatever it is. You feel what I'm saying? So with UFC, it's an individual card by card situation. I say, you know, we take it a step further and say, no, it's not individual cards. As a whole, you know, when you have ABC promotion, every single fight on the card matters. Every single fight is there because these are the top fighters, whatever. And instead of it takes away from the politics of, oh, we're pushing this fighter, so we want to put these two together. We're going to go out to this, you know, country, so we need to make sure that we make this fighter look good and this, that, and other. When it's not about all that. When you change the perception, and you know, that's what I'm looking into.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, I respect your question. Definitely respect you asking that. Because yeah, that's just something that I've been seeing forever now, and even with the work that has been put in with WMMA or, you know, the women in MMA, because there's just been a lot of progression with it, but it's still, some people saying, yeah, your casual fans, they still don't want to see it. They still don't want to see him, but I think it's just going to take some time for him to really respect it like that. I just, I enjoy it more. I'm not gonna lie, I enjoy it more.
Mm-hmm.
That's what brought me into the sport now and got me liking all of it. So, you know, I think that would help though, man, because yeah, like a separate card, like having prelims, early prelims, they're always going to target to put the women on the early prelims or the prelims. They won't get to be on the big crowd with the main. They won't get the big crowd by being on the main card. I was gonna put them on the early cards when people aren't there because they don't care to see it. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, that old thing too, man.
yeah,
Just prelims and no, because by default, what you're saying is these are the less important fights to get
right.
you prepped for the important fights. That's literally what you're labeling as. Like, no, everything's a main card. No, this is the card. This is all the fights on the card. When you label it, see that there's just so many things. Like I'm looking into the psychology of, and I'm like, yo, there's so much opportunity that's not being, chased or like capitalized on. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is.
You want to add one thing to your research? Watch on Bellator.
Mm-hmm.
Watch the prelims on Bellator sometimes, and when the women fights come on, watch the comment section. Watch what people are saying in there. Even when it's a good fight, watch what they're saying. Just study it one day. You ever do that, boy?
Man. I try to stay away from
just
watching live. I'm gonna do it just because you mentioned it. I want to see it now, but I always stay away from watching things live because there's this awesome thing called the internet that consistently loves to fuck me over. So I have some horrible stories about watching stuff live, and that shit just completely goes out. And so nowadays I gotta download my stuff onto my phone to where I know I don't need an internet connection to watch it. So that I never watch things live. I always watch it the early morning after. Because I go dark on my phone. I turn all notifications off. That way I don't get spoilers and shit. And then, so. But yeah, I'm going to definitely look into that. It's going to be painful, I'm pretty sure, to see all the hate. But
you just got to look at the chat sometime. Like when the women's fights come on, just look at what's being said about them. Like, all kinds of things, boring, even when the fight ain't boring, and just when's the next fight? Look, take a nap. Just look at it one day, man. Yeah. But yeah, man. Been on here for a minute, 2 hours longer than I wanted to, but it was good. It was good to get y'all on and get y'all's opinions on some things. I appreciate your survey. But,
absolutely. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm gonna get ready to wrap this thing up, Two Beasts. But I appreciate you like always, man. Don't be a stranger. Come on back. And yeah, be easy, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. And BJ is awesome. Despite me upsetting him, not going on the live, I'm gonna make sure I go on the live now.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna get him tomorrow too if Norman Dumont loses a round. So yeah. All right, man. Take it easy, man.
All right, you too, man. Appreciate it.
All right, y'all. I'm about to wrap this thing up. Yeah, I was going to get off at the 2 hour mark, but here we go. It's all good. You know how we do over here. But before we go, man, go ahead and hit that like button. Get up to 20, 25 likes, 20 likes. Yeah, we're at 21. That's good. So I can get up out of here now. Hit that like if you haven't. Subscribe if you haven't. And I'll catch y'all. I think I'll catch y'all for the Norman Dumont Daniel Wolf fight. I'll probably do a fight companion for that one, y'all. So yeah. So like always, catch y'all tomorrow. Combo Breaker 99. I'm out. Subscribe. Peace.